Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Here's an update what's going on at Yellowstone. USGS is reporting 30 earthquakes just for the Yellowstone area. This is not aftershocks for the Montana area. Live camera is still down. All we got is still pictures. But you can see in this image here of Old Faithful, the steam that's coming up has a brown tint to it. There was 4 earthquakes today in the magnitude 2 plus a little higher range. The largest they're saying was a 2.5, 8.4 kilometers in depth. That would be about 5 miles. It was near the Hagen Lake area. That was before the magnitude 5.8 earthquake. You can see this is why they cap it, so that the earthquakes, the large ones, don't cover up earthquakes of smaller magnitude. This is the chart for Maple Creek. I talked about the earthquakes one that was going on before this magnitude 5.8. They have 5 earthquakes marked here, possibly 6. Shortly after, they're reporting a 2.1 at 3:36 Universal Time, a 1.5, a 2.1 at 3:37, at 3:41 a 0.6, at 3:46 and 46 seconds a 0.3. Someone today, who normally doesn't do the charts more than likely, is actually doing it right. The last earthquake they're reporting is this one right here, but there's been several since then. The work shift must be over. There's at least 8 here. This one probably occurred up there in Montana. It's got a longer P wave, but there's some smaller ones. But 8 they should have reported that they haven't. In between 1600 Universal Time and 2014, they only have those 2 reported. But there should be at least 5 more reported that aren't being reported, and some really tiny microquakes that aren't being reported. Again, this one here, and that one there, because of the P wave, would be up in Montana. Here we have the western boundary. There's that swarm I was talking about before this major earthquake. These have P waves. See the shape of that? What's a P wave? A P wave can only move through solid rock, not through any liquid medium. An S wave that comes in later is what led seismologists to conclude that the Earth's outer core is liquid. Here's that 5.6 earthquake. It made the Earth ring like a bell. USGS is reporting 19 aftershocks from this 5.8. It was actually much larger, probably a 6.0. Could have been even larger than that. The most recent was a 3.8. That would be this earthquake right here on the Maple Creek chart. There it is on the western boundary. This one right here was a 3.7. This is the western boundary chart. This is Maple Creek. This one right here was a 3.6. And this is the other chart. We got one at 10:04 and then 7:31. But there it is there and on the other chart. Never happened, right? Someone missed that one for some reason. That should be about 9:08 Universal Time. Yeah, they missed that one. There it is on the other chart. Here it is at Earthquake Lake. That's it right there. They don't have it listed for the Yellowstone caldera either. Maybe they'll add it tomorrow, right? But they do have 30 earthquakes listed for the Yellowstone area today. And I told you this earthquake up there in Montana would affect the caldera. I am sure there's more earthquakes that were missed. It has been suggested, and likely highly probable, that the reason they're listing the earthquakes the next day, they only show the earthquakes here for the last 24 hours, unless on the side you change it for the last 7 days. So if you click on the map for USGS, it automatically shows you only the last 24-hour earthquakes. Anything they post that had occurred before that, when they post them the next day, wouldn't be listed on the side over here. And you look at the Helena Valley chart. It's really hard to see some of these earthquakes. I mean, you can't see them. And there's a lot more than what they're telling us for aftershocks, a lot more. There's one right there. But you see the last one they have posted is at 22:24 Universal Time. And this is at 12:23, which would be on the next day, which would be the 7th. That would be Universal Time. That would be this one right here, the one that's in red. They're not reporting this one right here or this one right here. Most small earthquakes, people don't feel. Yeah, why report it? They're not going to know the difference. They didn't feel it. I've talked about the increase in earthquakes globally, and they don't want to admit that there's been an increase the last year, maybe 2 years, in earthquakes, not just in magnitude, but in numbers. See, here's Lewis and Clark Cavern. There's an earthquake right there. And there's the other ones. 2 more little aftershocks they're not reporting. So the gas charts. So this is the gas chart for the Madison River area. It looks quite similar to the report I did 2 days ago. Very similar. Each line going up and down would indicate an earthquake. We can see a melt line there and a melt line there. 2 more earthquakes there. Ancient helium and methane, sulfur dioxide. Using earthschool.net, right there I believe is Yellowstone. There seems to be more carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide being released from Yellowstone. Tilt meter for Madison River. This would be south, I believe, and this would be east, I believe. I could be wrong. Gas chart for Yellowstone Lake. Yeah, a large release there, there, smaller ones right there. Yeah, the melt. Yellowstone Lake, the last 7 days. This is the tilt meter. This would be south, and supposedly this is east. This is Norris Junction. The gas chart for Grant still isn't working. Now remember, these charts are always a day behind. Earlier, they were 2 days behind. And as I've told you before, they have 2 tilt meters for Norris Junction. This is one of them. This would be south. This would be east, I guess. Here I thought it was north, but I stood corrected. And this chart goes back 30 days. The other tilt meter, this is 950. Again, south. And this is east. Going back 30 days, this would be south, and this would be east. The monitor for Mirror Lake, yeah, something going on there. Look at all that earthquake activity. They got it all marked. Pelican Cove shows the same exact activity. It would show up better, but they got the microvolts turned up so high that they hardly show. I'm going to make this bigger. Can you see it now? They're just little divots. Tiny little dots along the top of the charts. So you can't say it was a defective monitor. Not when it's showing up at 2 different monitors. It sort of shows at Yellowstone Lake if you know what you're looking for. And there it is at Parker Peak. Same activity. And those are monitors that are on the east side of the caldera. There's Mirror Lake, Parker Peak, Pelican Cove, Joseph Coat, Yellowstone Lake. Yeah, the promontory. I hope we're not starting to see activity along the outside rim of the caldera. This is Moose Creek. It picked it up, very faint, but it picked it up. Yeah, that would not be good. This other monitor for Yellowstone Lake does show harmonic tremors right there. Something to keep an eye on. Well, put any thoughts or comments you might have below. Bookmark my site. I'll keep you up to date. Please stay safe. And I'll talk to you later. God bless you all. Bye.
whether or not there's going to be any more movement. Now, I just turn on a display capture so you can see what I see. We're going to go over to ABC News, where I saw an article that I just got to bring out, just as an example of something we got to pay attention to for BS factor. Okay, now here's the story. They put the Montana earthquake smashes bottles, jolts residents awake. Okay, that's probably an accurate headline. I'm certainly positive that it would knock things off shelves and maybe even cause damage to brick structures, but it would not be strong enough to snap a tree. And if you're in the United States, you probably already know about what I'm about to tell you, but if you're not, let me bring you up to speed. A new 6.0 range earthquake, 5.9, 5.8, they ultimately went with a 5.8 and big swarm, struck in Montana about 130 miles northwest of Yellowstone. That's right, guys, near Yellowstone. Now, it's not a sign of an eruption, so let me just head off at the pass. If you're worried about that, don't worry about an eruption. This was on the northern tip of the magma chamber for Yellowstone, which they found goes up into Montana, over through Idaho, all the way over to the Idaho-Oregon border, and then comes back around in an oval shape back into Yellowstone Park here in northwest Wyoming, where the 2.5 now is. There's a subsequent 2.5 inside the park. we can expect that there's going to be other earthquakes down along the red line coming out of where this earthquake is. So this is a big enough earthquake to cause damage, to wake people up in the middle of the night, scare the heck out of people, and certainly leave them wondering as to whether or not there's going to be any more movement. Now, I just turned on a display capture so you can see what I see. We're going to go over to ABC News, where I saw an article that I just got to bring out, just as an example of something we got to pay attention to for BS factor. Okay, now here's the story. They put the Montana earthquake smashes bottles, jolts residents wake. Okay, that's probably an accurate headline. I'm certainly positive that it would knock things off shelves and maybe even cause damage to brick structures, but it would not be strong enough to snap a tree in half. A tree was snapped in half by a 5.8 magnitude earthquake felt in Helena, Montana on Thursday, July 6, 2017. Okay. If the quake was strong enough to break a tree in half like this, if the tree was not already weakened, okay, they would need to imply that the tree was also struck by lightning and teetering on the edge of collapse, and then the earthquake hit. Because if an earthquake knocked down a tree like that, it would also knock down the other trees nearby, and it would knock down the brick structure right behind it, take off the chimney behind it for certain. And so we can definitely say, if you see stuff like this, that that's BS. So we got to watch for the BS reports to start coming out, and I'm not surprised that the fake news would be putting this out today. Media is fake news. Anybody with a brain would start to say, hey, what about the brick structure? Like, what? Okay. But it did happen, and it did cause damage. Now, I haven't seen any videos, and I haven't seen any major damage, but if you live there, you might want to go inspect your foundation. You might want to go inspect driveways, sidewalks, and bridges that are nearby you. If you don't have people that are inspecting them yourselves, go check and see. You might want to go look, because an earthquake this size is big enough to cause damage. Now, you're probably wondering, where did it come from? Where did this 6.0 earthquake come from? It's the biggest earthquake since 1975, guys, 41 years. Okay, so where did the pressure come from? It came from the north. See the edge of the craton? See where it is here on the red arrow? Follow the red arrow back up, and it goes up into the Arctic Circle. Well, what's right here? This is an area called Nunavut, Canada. And many of my viewers who are tuned in right now might remember that name from just this week, when a 7.1 earthquake showed up here in Nunavut, and they deleted the earthquake. We all saw it. I showed it on the stream, okay? Now, again, they do that. We sometimes think it's a mistake. Well, now I think it's pretty obvious that it wasn't. So the earthquake that struck up here in the Arctic Circle, just because no one was there to feel it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. So 7.1 in the Arctic Circle then pushed down on the edge of the craton and caused new activity on the edge of the craton at the magma chamber for Yellowstone. That's what happened. Now, what caused the 7.1 up in Nunavut? Anybody know? We'll go back a couple more days to Boguslav Volcano erupting for the first time this past week in several weeks of being silent. So Boguslav sent off a new blast, then a 7.1 hit in Nunavut. Now a 6.0 record earthquake in the last 40 years has hit in the continental United States on the interior edge of the craton. Just as expected, this morning, new activity broke out in Oklahoma, 2.5 and 3.5. This is a big increase from where we were, which was nothing. So we went from 0 to 3.5. That's 100-fold increase in power, almost 1,000-fold. If we go up just another couple half point, would take us up 1,000-fold increase in power, going from nothing to 4.0 earthquake. But I'm just going to go show you what's at the earthquake epicenter so you can see for yourself. Okay, so we're zooming in on the area. Here we are. We're in beautiful Oklahoma, and we got some farm fields nearby, but I'm concerned with this. Okay, this right here is a perfect example of what's called a frac well, where they've drilled down into the crust by several hundred to several thousand feet, and they inject what's called wastewater. Now, wastewater is just a creative word for chemical-laden water that's designed to break down the shale, and they leave the chemical water down in the well, and oil and gas float up to the top, and they siphon that off. So, here, great examples all throughout here. Every single one of these little square pads is a different. And when I back it out, you start to see how many there are, and they just go on in all directions for miles and miles. And then right at the middle of here, we get an earthquake. That's what the cause is. The cause is the drill point. But where did the pressure come from? I mean, why did it rapidly just go back up to near 4.0 all of a sudden? Well, transfers down the edge of the craton from the northwest to the southeast, and it has re-excited things back up already in Oklahoma within just a few hours of this all occurring. This all happened this morning, guys. This earthquake here, and now the 3.5 in the Midwest. Now, if you're on the West Coast, well, I've got some good news, and I've got some bad news for you, I suppose. Which would you like first? For the people in the Midwest, again, or you're going to be getting a brunt of this. For the people on the West Coast, you're going to be spared most of this. So, pressure goes to the east by southeast, not to the south by southwest, which means Southern California, while there is a slight possibility you might see an increase, most of the increase is going to go to the east, all the way up the East Coast into Quebec and New Brunswick and Maine in the next few days. If you live up in the Northeast, you're going to see new earthquakes, probably in the 3 range. Probably. It could go up or 2, but it'll be a dramatic increase from where we were, which is absolutely nothing, and maybe a 0 or a 1 happening. Now, to speak of the 0s and 1s, we'll get into that in a second, and we'll talk about the slow slope as well in a second. But I want to show you the other spots that were hit today. That's not the only spot, guys. We had a 7.0 earthquake, now downgraded to 6.5, strike over here in the Philippines, in the West Pacific. Now, guys, it was a 6.9. They downgraded to 6.5. I don't care what they downgraded to. That's a 6.9 striking right next to the 6.9 from the day before that they deleted, or 2 days before. So a few days ago, a 6.9 struck right here, right next to the area we warned. We warned Papua New Guinea, and an earthquake 6.9 struck right next to it. It was on the feeds. It was here on Earthquake 3D. I reported it, said, I don't know what's going on here, guys. It just popped on the feed. Said we would wait to see whether or not there was any follow-up movement that would indicate whether or not the 6.9 happened, and then another 6.9 hit just to the north. I would say that's confirmation. The first 6.9 was indeed an accurate earthquake that did occur. The Russians reported it. People made videos on YouTube calling me out over it, saying it was wrong for me to report the earthquake and tell people about it. Well, now we know those people are idiots. Check it out. 6.9 struck right next to the area. The person who made the video, I'm not going to mention their name, said that nothing happened. Man, you know somebody died over here? Somebody died in this earthquake. Was busy fighting a guy on YouTube who was trying to say that it didn't happen. We should have been taking the time to warn the people even more in the area nearby the 6.9. Doesn't that mean the person who was trying to fight me over the 6.9 actually may be somewhat responsible for the injuries and deaths that may have occurred? I mean, preventing a warning, I mean, imagine it this way. You're out in the field. You're watching the weather. You're a trained spotter. You're seeing a tornado. You're not a trained spotter. You're an average citizen. And you're out in the field and you see a tornado forming. You pick up the phone. You dial 911 to make the report. Some guy comes up, grabs the phone out of your hand, says, that's not a tornado, and throws it in the ground. And then the tornado forms and hits a couple houses. Isn't that guy who stopped the report of the tornado responsible for the potential deaths of those people for preventing the warning? I'd say they might be. And that's exactly what I had to deal with this week. So here we are. The earthquake has struck right next to it, and man, it's big. Okay? So where did it come from overall? Well, it's the center of the previous several days' activity. You go back several days, all the earthquakes struck right here, right next to Volcano, going over around Indonesia. That's been happening. The volcanic eruptions, it's the middle of that. Mount Sinabung, Dukono, Langila, Bagana, and next to the 6.9. That's not all that struck today, guys. How about the coast of Japan? How about the coast of Japan being struck right where we issued the warning? 5.1 earthquake, falling within the realm of acceptability for the magnitude. I think we were looking up to a 5.3 to 5.4, so we're just a couple points off. Coast of Honshu, south of Hokkaido, right on the spot that we issued the warning for. If you're in Japan, that is the earthquake we were looking for, guys. You can check it off the list if you were keeping track of areas that I named. Also, down to the south at Guam at the Bend, a mid-range 4 striking. While I'm not surprised to see a mid-range 4 striking, that's from the previous day's mid-range 4s up to the north. So we had a 4 up to the north, now a 4 down to the south. We can certainly expect that to compensate in the next couple days. But that's not all that hit today, guys. Look what else hit. The triangular bend at the Solomon Islands at the halfway fulcrum point between the volcano and the deep earthquake, a new 5.4 hit. Well, I'm not shocked by that because we had a deep 4.4 a day and a half ago. I'll mark that for you in blue right here. Hold on. Whoops. There we go. Marked in blue, it's this earthquake raised high off the globe right here. That deep 4.4 has caused a shallow 5.4 right next to it in the silent zone. Check that area off the list if you were keeping track of areas that we named. Also, that's another spot that was hit in an area that we named. The central point at New Zealand was hit by a mid-range 4 on the North Island, the Catcher's Mitt. Catcher's Mitt hit by a mid-range 4 at the plate boundary near Wellington, guys. If you were keeping track of areas that we named, check off the central area, check off the North Island. That's a double whammy, and you've got a new deep earthquake up to your north to contend with in the next day and a half. Also, new activity that's spread out smaller, but still somewhat deep at the Catcher's Mitt, going down into the North Island. So how many is that? New Zealand hit as expected. Solomon Islands into Vanuatu hit as expected. Philippines hit next to the 6.9 as expected. Japan hit as expected. Now let's get down into South America. Take a look at our two big arrows. See the big arrows? Look where the arrows point. Look what got hit, guys. Mid-range 4 to 5.0 earthquake in North Peru at the Ecuador border. We were talking about North Peru right throughout here. It's a little bit north. I'm going to call this actually an earthquake forecast miss since it's over 200 miles. We were looking right here, and instead it hit right here. Okay, but that's the earthquake. So even though it's over 200 miles, it's an earthquake forecast miss, but, I mean, that is the earthquake. Same sized earthquake struck down to the south within a couple points, 4.3 down at the south tip. Okay, so the only thing left to happen off this now would be another 4.5 or 5.0 earthquake to strike in the middle next to Sabancaya Volcano near Bolivia-Chile border, and for a 5 to 6.0 in that range, 1 magnitude range, 5 to 6, striking out here in the middle of nowhere down in the South Sandwich Islands north of Antarctica where the X is. That's a termination point for the pressure. But that's not all that happened today. Even more occurred, guys, over here in Europe. Take a look at this. A new 4.0 earthquake struck last night in Macedonia. So Macedonia is, let me just show it to you here, right here at the center. And we told you we were about to repeat everything from the day before. It was about to repeat again. Well, take a look at what happened. A swarm broke out, went up into North Bosnia, right at the North Italy border, near Serbia. I guess that's technically Slovenia. Slovenia. Also, over here to the east, a new round of earthquakes striking on the Romanian Craton edge of Europe. So there it is, both spots being hit, and central Italy, South Italy being hit. A 4.0 earthquake struck last night at the South Boot Heel of Italy. They downgraded it to 3.7, but I believe this is what's coming off of the previous day's 4 down here at Crete. So we got a 4 at Crete that has now pushed up into South Italy, caused a 3.7. It's also caused a new swarm, Norcia, going north towards Florence. So to see the new swarm, Norcia going north to Florence, let's quickly turn on the INGV, last 150 reported events, 0.0 and greater. We'll wait for it to populate. As it's populating, let me just quickly tell you, a 4 in South Italy and a swarm in Central Italy, that means pressure has been reintroduced to Italy. I don't need to even really explain that. A kid could even understand this. So now that we have new earthquakes stacking up in South Italy and Central Italy, the spot to watch for new 4.0 activity is going to be Central Italy into North Italy, just as expected. Between Torino, Milan, and down to Norcia, it's a kind of a backwards R-shaped bend here in North Italy, going up to the tip of the red arrow and down to the swarm of earthquakes. It's a few hundred-mile stretch. The whole region should be hit. So in the next several days, we should see North Italy and Central Italy light up even more. So we have a stack, and the stack of earthquakes here has increased in magnitudes. There were 0s and 1s, okay? And then it went from 1s and 2s to 2s and near 3s. And that's where we are now. I'm looking for it to go up a whole nother notch. Up to 4.9 is potential. Time frame on this. Look, guys, we're here. We are here. It is on your doorstep. It shouldn't be but a few hours going into tomorrow. Now, I said if it didn't hit by tonight, I would cancel the warning, and I stick to that. If it doesn't hit by tonight, my time, let's say by like 10 or 11 o'clock, if we get on by tonight and it hasn't hit, I will cancel the warning for Central Italy, and we'll readjust it, and we'll try and figure out where the energy went. But it is there. To me, it's there. There's a 4 down to the south. You got a swarm at the center. What more do you need? It's on your doorstep. If there was somebody coming up to your door, they are now getting ready to knock on it. That's another way to look at it. Central America, there is something going on here, and the something is nothing. There is no earthquake activity happening across Central America. But let's go quickly consult the volcanic eruption feed, because what you'll see on the eruption feed is that Popocatépetl in Mexico starting to send off new blasts. Sabancaya still going, of course, but Popo is the repeat offender over here in the East Pacific. That's it. There is no other activity. So we went from all of this erupting across Central America. Let me name them for you. Rincon, Turrialba, and Poes, all three erupting here. Fuego erupting here in Guatemala, and Colima erupting several times. That alone, those all stopped. And now that's been replaced by one right in the middle, Popocatépetl, erupting several times now. And a couple of those blasts being very, very impressive. So that's a dramatic decrease in volcanic activity, but we're focusing in right on the center of the zone. And center of what? The center of the silent zone. You've got earthquakes to the north in the United States, and you've got earthquakes all the way to south in South America. Right in the middle of all that, you've got one volcano popping over and over again. Going down to the south, Reventador stopped erupting here in Ecuador, and the only one going is right in the middle of South America, Sabancaya. So middle of South America going, middle of Central America going. Is the middle of the North American continent going? Well, where is it going? You bet it is, but it's going at Yellowstone's magma chamber. So what do all these areas have in common, those three areas on the continent? The middle point of the United States and Canada, North American continent, being hit at Yellowstone, at the volcano. Then you go down to the south, middle of Central America, being hit where? At the volcano. And you go all the way down to the south, in South America, and it's being hit at the center of the volcano as well with new eruptions. So I would say that pressure is seeking out each continent's fulcrum point. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? So if we have an earthquake striking at the center here, what's going on the coast of the United States? Isn't there something we might want to pay attention to on the coast of the United States? Something that, we've been looking at for the last several months that might stand out to us. Here, let's look at 24 hours worth of slow slip tremors and see if there's any change. Oh, well, there certainly is. In 24 hours, we've now got a list that I kind of have to scroll down. We're over 40 events now in 24 hours. 48 hours, take it back even further. Now we're at about 50 or 60 events. But we'll take it down to 24, and you'll see an even distribution of tremors across Northern California, Oregon. The whole slow slip region is moving on a slight basis right now with several micro quakes, several tremors. What does that mean? Well, let me get you over and show that to you on Google Earth so you can see actual imagery of the undersea fracture zones here off the coast. Now, the spots that are moving are on land here, south of Olympia, up north at the Puget Sound, going south across Oregon, all of Oregon, and down into Northern California. All right, well, that's all on land, and there's a bunch of mountains right there, and then there's a bunch of volcanoes on the eastern edge of the mountains. But the spot that's moving is pretty much... Okay, so what's going on offshore? Look out to sea. See this? The biggest fracture zone in North America? Okay. This is the Juan de Fuca fracture zone. This is also the Cascadia quote-unquote subduction zone. Well, we're looking at the fracture zone off the coast, the S or Z-shaped Juan de Fuca. Something off the coast is currently pushing onto land right now. So if it's moving on land, something's pushing out to sea. You also have to take into account that this one right here is caused by a 7.1 coming in from the north, which means there's a lot of pressure coming in from the north as well, but it's seeking out the interior edge of the craton to go across the plate. I suppose that's good news for the West Coast. You got grazed by a bullet. Okay, if that 7.1 had struck right here instead of right here, it would push down the edge of the craton or the edge of the plate and on the western side and go right into here. Okay, so you got lucky. And we don't like relying on luck in science, but that's the facts. So the 7.1 reported up in Nunavut caused this new earthquake down here near Yellowstone. But we're looking off the coast for something at least greater than this, greater than that. I mean, look, we're one state off, 1.5 states off, warning. So if we issued for a 5 to 6.0 type earthquake to look out for here, we were looking for a 5 to strike off the coast. And it strikes right here, Well, that's probably not related. The way the pressure flows. So if we're looking for an earthquake off the coast and it hasn't hit yet, we still have to watch for it, unfortunately, I guess is my ultimate point of this. Now, magnitudes on this, we've got a couple things going on. Look at all the fives that have hit around the plate in the past couple days. Now, let me turn on 5.0 and greater so you can really get a good look on this. West Pacific, East Pacific, even Northwest United States, Intermountain West. But West Coast, nothing. Alaska, nothing. You only have fours. So you're going to fill in. Said you got new volcanic blasts happening in the middle there for you. But everywhere else over here in the Pacific has been hit by that 5.0 activity in the past few days. So it stands to reason that there's a few spots that should be filled in that are normally prone that have not been hit. You know, another spot I probably could get away with warning right now would be the Gulf of California yet once again. We need to warn the northern part of the Gulf of California. You might even feel this if it strikes in that 5 range. 5.8 to the north and 5.1 to the south. We're not going to add those together since most of this 5.8 pressure is going to be going over to the east. But still, we got 2 5s on either side of the zone. We got a volcanic eruption in the middle. We might need to get a warning out to the people there. Let them know that a 5 is potential. Let's put it at a 5.3 to 5.4 potential. It's not exactly, I wouldn't normally issue a warning like this, but because of the 5.8 up to the north, we kind of do have to warn the halfway point between the halfway points. So you got the eruption happening here, and you've got earthquakes that have snuck down the coast and struck last night right here at the California, Arizona border, sorry. And then the halfway point between the volcano and that point brings us right in here. Just as a heads up. I mean, just to give you an example of another halfway point that will be hit. So I think that's a brief recap for what's going on around the planet. And we haven't even got into what to watch for in the West Pacific now that this has all started to take place. How about over in Asia? A lack of earthquakes here right now across India, Nepal, Myanmar. Okay, you guys need to be warned right now. Right now, because within 3 to 4 days, at the most, 3 to 4 days from now, we're going to see pressure escape out of the West Pacific, come up and around, and head out towards Europe. Europe, you have a 4 to 5 day warning at the most right now for a dramatic increase in activity. Now, why am I saying there's going to be a dramatic increase instead of just a slight increase? Well, first of all, we got a 7.0 right here in the middle. Right here in the middle of all of it. We have all those volcanic eruptions, which are now starting to die out, and they're being replaced by earthquakes. So a flurry of 5.0 activity developing out. Thirdly, there's been 3 new deep earthquakes in the last 2 days. Take a look at it. 2 right here, south of Fiji, and the 500-kilometer depth range, 535 and 538, okay? So right next to each other depth-wise. Then getting up here on the Izu Ridge, take a look at it, guys, 206 kilometers deep, about half the depth of these, but it's still a deep earthquake. And if we go back just another day, go back one more day, we have the other deep earthquake. So really, you see these raised high off the globe. This indicates the deep earthquake event is carrying on. There was something else that showed up yesterday on the Mimic TPW that we talked about, and maybe I should just pull that up so you can see it. Mimic TPW. And what we're going to open up is the global microwave background imagery. And what we're going to look at is in the South Atlantic, you're going to see some interesting waveforms appear and come across the screen. See that? And then that. All right. That is not a man-made signal, guys. That is Mother Nature reflecting on the same bandwidth, 27 to 35 gigahertz, that they're using to observe moisture in the atmosphere. Waves actually can be reflected if there's certain types of energy, what's called plasma, reflecting out of the atmosphere. So charged particles in the atmosphere will reflect like they're moisture or a solid. And in this case, it's like a waveform because the computer doesn't know how to decode that. It just sees it and thinks it's a precipitation and it records it, all right? And then it disappears as soon as the energy disappears. This went on for several hours over the past day and a half. Now, that energy discharge will go down to ground, okay? Now, that's over here on this side of the planet. It'll go down to ground. It'll go down into the core of the Earth. So what will that do for the rest of the planet? Well, it may excite things back up. Is it any wonder we get a new flurry of deep earthquakes within a day of that happening? It was quiet. There hadn't been any new deep earthquakes in 2 days. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 several new deep earthquakes. So we have several new deep earthquakes. What does that mean? Longtime viewers, you already know. You know when you see 2, 3, 4 deep earthquakes in a couple days' time, that means there's the potential for shallower, larger earthquake activity to be developing over this week. So this is about to re-flare up again and push over to Europe again and cause new activity in the next few days, going all the way across and terminating in the Mediterranean. That's no exaggeration. You can keep track of this. We're going to be watching over the next several days. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to be watching this closely and watch the progression spread out. Now, if you're up in Japan, I know I've got a lot of viewers in Japan, maybe a few in Taiwan and Philippines. Here's what's up, guys. This new 6.5 to 6.9 earthquake is going to move to the north and cause new activity to the north. How big? Between 6 and 6.3. 6.3 to the north, and we're going to see 6 to 6.3 to the west. This is going to divide. Look where the earthquake struck. See our arrows? We're right next to the bend that goes to the north and to the south. So the pressure is going to divide on this and go to the north and to the south. So what's to the north? Between this earthquake and the earthquakes that just struck off the coast of Japan comes in south of Kyushu in the Ryukyu Islands down near Okinawa going up to South Japan. We do have to warn the northeast tip of Taiwan because anything in a 6 range is enough to shake up this whole area. So you can see it. It's the halfway point in between the 2 sets of earthquakes that will be hit in the next couple days. And it's going to be a combination of the split pressure to 6.3 to the north. Now you see the arrows also point to the south. Pressure is going to go down to the south. See where the letter D is and how there's like an S-shaped bend here that goes around and into Indonesia. Okay, the pressure is going to come down around past through this S-shaped bend and go over to the west. Now it's going to stop halfway between Sinabung and the earthquake. So the 6.5 all the way back here, measure the distance all the way around the bend and you'll get your halfway point. As I see it, the halfway point comes in here into Java going into East Timor. So you would have to straighten out this S-shaped bend, and that would give us a rough approximation of a halfway point, and that's what we're going to watch for. Now we're going to watch for the same size magnitude as we're watching to the north. So if it's going to be a 6 to 6.3 to the north, it's going to be a 6 to 6.3 to the south. The pressure is going to be divided in half. But it's not going to stop there. This is all going to happen within the next 72 hours. Then, within the week, within 7 days or less, we're going to see pressure transfer up and out of the West Pacific and begin to strike back at our fulcrum point, our halfway point in Asia. If you live over in eastern Nepal, going into India and Myanmar right here, even South China at the bend, you're going to get hit after this. So it's going to progress out like dominoes and then reach over to North India. North India, Afghanistan, Pakistan border region where the arrows come together. You're not going to get out of this. You're going to get hit too. How big? It'll probably be about the same size as what strikes at Myanmar and China. Now, what size is that going to be? Most likely it'll be in the mid-range 5 level. Now, why am I coming to a mid-range 5 determination? Well, we got a 6.3 that should strike here within the next 3 days. Then within a couple days after that, it should pass by and strike with new eruptions at Sinabung. That will delay things for a day. Then it will press out, but it'll still have a fair amount of energy, even with the volcanic eruption blowing off, and it'll strike at the bend. Striking at the bend, it will have lost about a half magnitude coming up and around, going through the volcanic blast and trying to make the turn to the west, and that will drop the magnitude down by a half magnitude, putting it at the highest end at 5.5. But then it'll keep going. Okay, the pressure will maintain its momentum, and it'll come back into North India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and cause something like a 5 to 5.3, a few points less than the 5.5 that hits at Myanmar. Then it won't stop there. No, no, no. The pressure will carry on and cause new fours to go across over into Iran, and then we'll get back over here and we'll get into Macedonia again, and this will all happen within the next 6 to 7 days, and Macedonia will be struck again by a new earthquake because the swarm won't have died out by 4 or 5 days, 6 days from now. It won't have died out. Certainly will not have stopped. And that will then cause a new 5.0 type earthquake to be striking back in Macedonia, which will then re-excite things back up for Italy. And now I'm getting beyond a week, and we're getting a little less accurate in the forecast. But that lets you know what the progression is going to be. So I hope I just spelled it out for you. I hope you've got a plan and are prepared in the West Pacific. Now, in the United States, it's going to be slightly a different story. The 5.8 is going to be pushing down through Wyoming, Colorado, going across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and the New Madrid seismic zone, then going up the East Coast. Now, we've already seen an excitement happen at Oklahoma. We told you about that this morning. If you go watch my video from this morning when the earthquake struck, I just so happened to be sitting at the computer when the earthquake struck. So as it went ding and popped on the map, I'm there, immediately issued the warning, and we talked about how Oklahoma was most likely going to be the first hit on this. The pressure was going to immediately come down diagonally from the northwest and literally hit right here, push the whole plate. Now, what's going to happen in the next day, 2 days, maybe 3 at the most, 72 hours, this area in between Colorado, Wyoming, guys, you need to be watching out for earthquake activity to develop, and it could be significant in size. Now, if we just get off with some swarms in Oklahoma, we'll be really, really lucky. Really lucky. But I want you to imagine what's going on here in between the big earthquake up in the northwest and the fracking ops in Oklahoma. That in-between space. Who's in between? Yellowstone, Colorado, New Mexico, Kansas, Oklahoma, and North Texas. That's who's in between. And what do all those states have in common? Well, they're all doing major drilling on the edge of the craton. So I don't need to spell that out for you. It means that there's the potential of larger earthquakes striking at the man-made pumping operations, which we've seen in the past have also caused fatalities when they dispatch people up to go check on the wells when these microquakes and rumbling starts happening at the wells. It happened in Colorado. Let me show you where it happened, so there's no question about it, okay? So looking at this area, let me show you where we are. Here we are in western Colorado. It's kind of sad, actually. Let me just bring it up. Okay, we go back a few years, and this same situation took place, but it didn't happen in Montana. It happened in Challis, Idaho, over here in the Salmon River Mountains in western Idaho, west of Yellowstone, on the western portion of the magma chamber for Yellowstone. There was a 5.0 earthquake and swarm similar to what's happening now in Montana. When that happened, we issued warnings for areas down the edge of the craton. And around the same time, here in western Colorado at a place called Colbran, the fracking operation that's there's frack ops here that are built into the foothills, and they go up to the mountain tops. I'll give you an example, okay? So on the mountaintops, they've drilled into below the mountaintops to fracture the shale and extract natural gas and oil. What they've also done at these frack ops is that they've injected liquid CO2, like what's in a soda bottle, okay? But in these huge trucks, they'll come in and inject liquid CO2 and put it down into the ground. They'll store it forever as a way to fight climate change. They'll put liquid CO2 into these old oil wells. Well, what happened here, the pressure came in, put pressure on one of these CO2 sequestration operations, and it started to rumble. The oil company dispatched people up to go check on the well, and when the people went up there, it was a guy, he took his son and another guy up there. When they got up there, they opened one of the wells, and it exploded like a shook-up can of soda, only with millions of gallons of liquid stored CO2 with liquid sand that came out shooting out like a geyser and exploded like a volcano, and you can clearly see it went up and over the hills. Now, they tried to say this was a lake at the top of the mountain, but it turned out there was no lake. People went back and saw the satellite imagery. There was no lake there. It blew, and now there's a lake forming inside of there, a lake forming inside of there because this depression and sinkage. So what does it mean? It means the CO2 sequestration operation came under pressure like, I don't want to be too gross, but like a pimple or something. It got pushed up, and it's disgusting that it happened, and it killed 3 people. Okay, and they ignored the warning signs of pressure coming down the plate previously. So if you know anybody who works at those operations, please let them know the Colbrand gas story and let them know that these operations are at risk of being under high pressure right now due to the pressure on the edge of the craton. It's not going to go anywhere except for away from the current location. It's going to try, the pressure is going to try to seek a path of least resistance out across the edge of the plate to the east. I think that's due to the rotation of the planet. I'm not quite sure why the pressure seeks these paths from west to east in the United States, Canada, Central America, South America, or why it goes from east to west across Europe and back out. I believe it's due to the rotation of the planet, maybe the hemispheres. I don't know. I would have to get out there and do some geophysics measurements and getting out and like measuring the core of the Earth somehow, satellites or something. I don't know. Don't even know where to begin with that. So now you have a good idea of what's going on. I want you to have a plan. So the people that were woken up in the middle of the night here, okay, with people who were woken up in the middle of the night by a 5.8, guys, in the Midwest here in Oklahoma and Kansas, you could be woken up by a 4.8, 1 magnitude less. Now, we've seen 4s and 5s take off chimneys, knock facades off houses, cause damage on the inside of houses, structure, bridges, water pipes, sewer systems. So these are all things that you have to be prepared for. Now, there's certain things that are out of your hands, the sewer systems, the water, right? But you can have preps and plans in place that deal with that. Now, I'm not talking about big stockpiles of food and water. My first response would be, first of all, you need to be able to take shelter and protect yourself from falling debris in an earthquake. So you get a 6.0 earthquake, it's big enough to knock things off shelves, big enough to cause damage in your house. So the first thing is if you're in the middle of the night and things are falling off the shelves and breaking, you need a set of shoes by the side of your bed, right? Then you're going to need a bug-out bag or some kind of bag with a flashlight in it. There were power outages last night due to this earthquake. Power outages. So your power's out. It's dark in your house. It's the middle of the night. Things are breaking and falling off shelves. Think about it. Planning ahead of time makes a big difference. So when we talk about these earthquakes, I don't want you to be scared. I want you to be prepared. The big difference, it's like a firefighter or a soldier. I mean, sure, battle's scary, and sure, fires are scary. And sure, the people that are going into the fires and going into the battles, they're probably got a good sense of fear, but they're bottling that fear, and they're replacing that panic with preparation. Training. So your training kicks in. It becomes a knee-jerk reaction. You hear about that. You've heard that term before, knee-jerk reaction. Okay, I want your knee-jerk reaction to earthquakes to be taking shelter underneath something to protect your body and your head. Because what good are you if you're the injured one? You got a piece of drywall that falls out of the, or a plaster that falls out of the ceiling. You'll feel stupid for not being under a table. You get it sticking out of your head or you're knocked out. What good are you then? Are you good to your friends, family, loved one, coworker, anyone if you're knocked out or bleeding or something? No. So think about taking care of yourself as soon as the earthquake hits. It's also like the principle that's applied in an airplane. When an airplane depressurizes and loses most of the oxygen in the cabin, all the things come down, the little breathing mask, and the first thing they tell you to do is to affix the mask to your face, because then you can then start helping other people. But what good are you if you're one of the people that are passed out in their seat? So just think about it. So we're looking at the potential of an increase in the United States going all the way across the edge of the craton. 4 and upper 4 activity is potential in the fracking operations in the Midwest, and 3.0 activity going up into Quebec, north of New York, going maybe possibly into Maine and New Brunswick, but southeast Quebec needs to be put on watch. Southern states, the fill-in here, you might see some 2s popping off, but again, it's not that big of a deal, more on the East Coast. But when you see something like this, you do have to warn for it. Again, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong and instead of a 3, a 4 hits? That's big enough to cause damage. Or what if I'm way wrong? I'm looking for a 3 and a 5 hits. Pressure maintains itself across the edge of the craton. And for the people that are in between, well, I mean, I am going to have to mention the New Madrid seismic zone. But I don't want anybody to panic. I live right here, okay? So I live in the middle of it all right here in in St. Louis, Missouri. Down to the south is the New Madrid seismic zone. We would watch here for swarm activity, similar in size to what's going to be striking on the East Coast. We want to thank the people in Oklahoma, the people in Kansas, the people in Colorado and Wyoming and Texas for making yourselves the New Madrid seismic zone. I mean, we can't thank you enough. The people of Chicago, the people of St. Louis, the people of Memphis, Tennessee, people of Indianapolis, Indiana. Well, you know what? Again, we're glad you guys are all getting $1 million check, every one of you in every one of your houses, for becoming that. You know, I mean, you're making billions and billions of dollars. We're so glad that you're getting paid to become this. And there is no taking it back. So Humpty Dumpty's broken. You are the New Madrid seismic zone. You will always catch the pressure from now on coming from the west and northwest. It used to be caught here at the bend, where it couldn't make the transition around the bend. It was too big of a bend. So the pressure would get caught here, build here, and release in large earthquakes. But now you have stepped in and drilled 1,000 times, 10, 100,000 times, God knows how many times, across the edge of the craton and made yourselves the new seismic zone. Okay, and we thank you for that. Now, I being sarcastic that you guys are getting $1 million check per person. You should get paid. Every person in the state should get paid. You should all get a check. The state shouldn't make a dime. The state's not a company, or are they? Are they a for-profit company? Is Oklahoma and Kansas a for-profit corporation? They better not be. And if they are, you better pass a law that says they can't be. Make them a charity or something. But if they're collecting money, you guys should all get a check every month. Every one of you. At least several $1,000s per month you should get. Every person in the state for becoming the New Madrid seismic zone, the new Madrid, and for assuming that responsibility for the whole country. Okay, anything else going on? Oh, I do want to mention something else that I've been promising to mention. How many people are in here right now? 775? Okay, guys, MC Player, who's in our chat room, he's a moderator. He's a teenager. Okay, he's 24 years younger than me. I'm 40. He's a teenager, and he's worked on a earthquake global feed for Earthquake 3D. Now, I'm going to try and get it set up here on my PC. You guys know I've been having issues with my PC, so I've been kind of dreading to even mess around with anything here. But it's pretty simple. If you guys have a full copy of Earthquake 3D, you can actually install this global feed that MC Player's made, and it'll give you all the international feeds. At least. Okay, all right. We're going to go ahead and end it right there, and I will bring you up to speed as to everything that has struck since 4 p.m. The time now is 10:48 p.m. Central Time on the 6th of July still. 2017, very, very busy day. And I apologize for the way I look. It's very washed out. Got another camera update. This thing just keeps on, it's going back and forth between windows. It's insane. It's insane. So, yeah, you know, my little comment there at the end, my wife and I were laughing as I heard that play about me and talking about the corporate government down there. She's like, well, if you weren't on a list before, you're going on a list now. I was like, yeah, I guess so. Oh, man, that's funny. Okay, anyways. So, taking a look at the screen, you're going to be seeing a few new things here. Over to the right-hand side specifically. First of all, we have a view of the sun coming from the SDO, the Solar Dynamic Observatory, and that is the 304 view, the more common orangish, reddish view of the sun that people are familiar with seeing. If there's any kind of solar flare, filament rupture, CME, coronal mass ejection, sometimes even strong coronal holes can be seen. Okay, those and updating regularly, so it should just update. Now it's shaking because the satellite there is doing some maneuvering. They do that. They'll do a camera adjustment and satellite adjustment. So it's going to bounce around there a little bit. And then also we have the ACE real-time solar wind. And I'll see if I can magnify that a little more. It's a little bit hard to see right now, or you may have to full screen it in HD to see it. But that's the real-time solar wind, and that will update current as well, so we can see what is perturbing the Earth's upper magnetosphere. and ionosphere. So when the sun emits charged particles or strong solar wind, it interacts with the Earth's magnetosphere and then causes earthquake activity to pick up around the planet. So we'll have that up, and we'll let it go for a little while. I don't know if I'm going to keep it up all the time, but we'll keep it up for a little while just to fill the space. And then also, we still have the news feed for the seismologist page scrolling by, and that shows us all of our earthquakes that are being reported by the EMSC. This leads me nicely into the earthquakes that have struck since 4 p.m. Check it out, guys. When the update was going on here, a new swarm of activity broke out down here in South Chile, on the coast of South Chile. Look where our arrow points, and right in there, 5.3 is what it started out at, then downgraded to 4.9. Now subsequent 4 is striking, but these other 4 is striking on land as opposed to out to sea. Additionally, other activity, same size, 4.9, 4.7, striking up in central Peru, right at our warned area. So yesterday when I said, oh, look, it struck here, I may have missed it. No, just needed to give it a day. We issued a 72-hour watch, so yesterday was only 24 hours. But here it is, and now a 5.0 type earthquake, few points off from there, striking right in the middle of the warned area. Then further in the middle, right in the middle, 4.0 activity, striking between the two sets of events. Being felt all over down there, so I don't know if it was a bigger earthquake or what, but there you go, okay? So over here in the West Pacific, since 4 p.m., only a few other earthquakes to talk about. Over next to Volcano, 4.7, and a 4.3 on the Izu Ridge. Up north in Alaska, going into Kamchatka, new 5.0 striking next to Kamchatka. And since 4 p.m. here in the States, new earthquake striking in Oklahoma, new 3.0 type earthquake, breaking at 2.8, breaking out at the fracking ops. Over in Europe, it's been a dramatic increase in activity, but guess what? Some of the earthquakes aren't making it onto the feed. Interesting. Let's open up a display capture, open this up, and go look at the EMSC. Hey, there's our chat room for all the people. I was in there. Okay, and go to latest data contributions. Now, scrolling down here, oh, look, we have a new 6.0 earthquake that just popped up in eastern Papua New Guinea. It's not on the feed yet, even. New 6.0 earthquake, guys. New 6.0 earthquake. Okay, real quick, we'll get into that in a second, but first things first, look, Poland hit, right? Poland hit by a 3.0. Do you see it on here? No. Now, Trump just left Poland. Okay, so they just got an earthquake, but the 3.0 isn't due to Trump. It's due to the 3.0 that struck down here at the Romanian Eastern Craton edge. So 3.0 struck right here where the red arrow is. Now we have a 3.0 striking in Poland. So that fulfills our little forecast for Poland. We warned Poland, we warned Romania. We said whatever was going to strike in Romania would strike in Poland. There you go, okay? Now, let's get over in here and check it out. A new 6.0 earthquake has been reported in eastern Papua New Guinea, but is not on the feeds quite yet. So let's get our coordinates for the earthquake. Everybody pretty much has relatively the same earthquakes. We'll go with Geophone just because we trust them a little bit more than SC3. Okay. The different earthquake reporting agencies, it does matter. It does. But we'll get our coordinates. Geophone is trustworthy. So, at least in my opinion, Geophone. I mean, which one's trustworthy, which one's not, I don't know. Which agency do you trust more? Okay, zooming in on the area. Oh, well. Look where we are. I'll be not just anywhere, guys. We are right in the middle of the silent zone that I talked about in the update that you just watched. In the update that you just watched, we issued the warning for the silent zone right here next to Langilo Volcano. And that's where this new 5.9, 6.0 has just struck. I'll be damned. Wow. Right in the middle of the zone. The middle of the silent zone. Well, okay. Now it's just a matter of how long is it going to take them to report this sucker. Okay, let's... Oh, there it is. Didn't take long at all. There it is. Right in the middle of the warned area. How many people are in here? 760? There's real-time earthquake forecasting for you guys. You had an hour to warn the people, or if you watched today at 4 p.m., you had 6 hours to warn the people here. And I told you, when earthquakes get in the mid-range 5 to 6.0 level, it can cause damage and fatalities. So I hope the people got the warning out to the people over in Papua New Guinea, in the middle of the area. Because if anybody died on this, man, I get pissed, not at you guys, but I just get pissed that it's being stifled and that I'm being fought and all this other stuff, when we could just be at least getting the word out, like when I'm fighting with professionals, when they should be, I don't know. I don't want to rant and rave here, but there we go. There's a 6.0 earthquake, 5.9 striking right in the middle of our silent zone in our warned area, and you just watched the update. If you were paying attention, you could even rewind it, I guess, and listen to me talk about the center of this area. Only spot that hadn't been hit. Wow. Okay, so that's why you need to have an earthquake plan, okay? Because the spots that we're talking about, the spots that are being hit, it isn't just an accident. It was the middle fulcrum point. So these spots, they're not just, random areas. The middle fulcrum point is the spot we were looking at to show activity. Now let's check the magnitude list. Oh, body wave magnitude, guys. Magnitude local even, 6.1. But look at all the sixes on the list. Look at, wow, okay. Well, it's a noteworthy sized earthquake. I sure hope no one got injured. I really do. I hope no one got injured. If they did, it's because they didn't get the warning or they didn't heed it. If they got the warning, they're like, yeah, I don't care. All right, well, now we know why we care. So that's really two different 5.8s that are in areas in different sides of the planet where I'm concerned that people would get a warning. One in the United States, the other all the way over here at the center of our silent zone. Oh, did they just remove the earthquake? What's going on here? No. Okay. Okay. They're just revising, I suppose. Let's get the information on this from the EMSC. 60-kilometer depth. Magnitude 5.8 is what they're going with, but source parameters haven't been yet reviewed. Sometimes they don't review them. So, we'll have to wait and see if it gets reviewed. USGS, you know what? Let's go check the USGS. It's a 6.0 earthquake, so USGS should have it, especially in that area. It's not like they don't have sensors there. Not reported yet. But that doesn't mean anything. We know the USGS takes many, many minutes, if not a couple of hours, to report basic earthquakes, even in the United States. Okay, well, wait for it on the USGS site. For the meantime, we're going to stick with the Europeans with what they have for the 5.8. I'm guessing it's probably a little bit bigger, just by the other stations who are all reporting sixes. So they're going to go with the low side. They always do, but I don't blame them. It's just a way of calculation. But there we go. All right, have an earthquake plan. You got to see it here real time before your eyes. So the middle point here, look at it. The white earthquake is the most recent. So it was the spot that needed to be filled in. Now, guess what? If you add up the earthquakes on both sides, guess what you get to? You get to a 5-point upper 5 to a 6. So you get these 5s on one side, you get the 5s on the other with the 6, add them together. What does it equal? 6, 5.8, 5.9. It's amazing. Oh, wow, it's amazing. And you know what? It doesn't matter the size of the area either that we're talking about here. So the silent zone could be, half the planet in some cases. Here's another great example of a silent zone. Starting at Mount Cinnabung that put off multiple eruptions, going from Cinnabung all the way over here to Europe, or I guess technically that's Turkey, but across the Middle East into Turkey. So what's the halfway point between Turkey and all the way over here to Mount Cinnabung? Well, if we go in the halfway point, you straighten the zones out here, our halfway point comes in right here. So I think it's pretty obvious. So you'll watch that spot in the next couple days. Each halfway point is going to be hit, as I explained in the video, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. But now, again, this happens like at least a couple times a week where I'm on talking, warning an area, and within the hour, the area that I'm warning is hit by the expected magnitude earthquake, or at least within the day. Not bragging, just letting you know, if you know the people in those areas, it's prudent to warn them ASAP. You know what I mean? Because like when people live in these areas, they have cinder blocks. They have cinder block houses. A lot of these people build. And that's a step up. A lot of the houses are actually made out of like, kind of whimsical wood in the tropical areas. But a lot of people live in cinder block houses. Cinder block is super vulnerable to earthquake activity. Within the first few seconds of shaking, you've got cracks. And if you go for 30 seconds, you're talking about actual damage, maybe even slight wall collapse. We've seen it happen over and over again. Mid-range 5s knocking down structures in these areas. So here's an upper 5 to 6. Yeah, and it's really close to land. I hope no one was injured. I certainly don't want anybody caught off guard. So when you tell these people, now you can contact them and be like, look, man, he put this video out earlier, and he told everybody to warn. I'm sorry I didn't warn you, but here you were sandwiched in the middle. You were the silent zone in between all of this. It was the missing link in the chain that needed to be filled in. It's so obvious. So the fact that the professionals don't look for that, it's just proof that they're blockheaded. And we're talking blocks of granite, blocks of basalt. All right. Anyways, word up to my people. Have a plan and be prepared. I'll be back on. You've been warned in several of the areas, and I will be on tomorrow at 4 p.m. with a new forecast for the next 72 hours, for the next 3 days. So we're getting to the tail end of the first 3 days, and every area has been hit. I mean, really, every area that we were looking for has been hit. There is one other thing I need to talk about. Europe, really quick. Over here in North Europe, in South Europe, North Italy, look, right next to Florence, hit with new upper 2 activity. They downgraded it, though, to 2.1. But if you check the feeds, it goes up to 3.1. Now, that's really weird because there's another 3.1 right next to it. So what's going on there? If you go over to check the feeds here, let's just show it to you really quick. Okay, and we get into Italy. Here we go. Oh, no, 3.4. I'm sorry, 3.4. So 3.4, but then they have 2.1. Now, I don't know, INGV would be lowballing, but that would totally fit with what we were looking for to strike up in North Italy. And look where it is. It's in between Norcia and Torino. Did they knock a magnitude and a half off of it? Maybe. Maybe they might have. I mean, that's what they went with. They went with 2.1, but 3.4 is showing up on the list. 3.1 next to it as well, and a 3.0 up in Poland. Those make more sense. So we've seen some funny business going on here in the past several weeks and months. Some real funny business, guys. And I mean, it's starting to look pretty incriminating that there's a group of people, or at least a group of people that's manipulating seismic data right now. More to come on that as we divulge more and find out more, okay? So much love, okay? And if you like my work, you're welcome to subscribe. I don't have any multi-channel networks behind me, no marketing agencies, and I'm not selling anything except for dutchsinse t-shirts if you want to find the link to it somewhere. I'm supported by my viewers. So if you guys like my work, I don't do fundraising, so I'm not asking for big fundraisers or anything like that. If you like my work, you can give down below in Patreon, which does it once a month, and most people give about $1 to $5 a month, and it adds up with the hundreds and hundreds of people. So it makes it so I can be here. Otherwise, I would be out doing carpentry and out cutting down trees. I do physical manual labor, guys. So it's either cut down trees and carpentry or do full-time earthquake forecasting. I put it up to a vote to my viewers just this past month again for this coming year. Every year I give my viewers a chance to vote now on to whether or not I should go back into carpentry and tree cutting, or should I keep doing earthquake forecasting. And 93% to 7% out of, well, roughly 5,000 people who voted across YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube with comments, but we don't count the comments, so really we can't count YouTube. But on Facebook and on Twitter, and overwhelmingly 93% to 7%, said I should keep going and doing this on a daily basis. So if you like the work, the link is down below to Patreon, no pressure. And I'll be back on tomorrow. If you need anything, of course, leave a question, that kind of stuff. You can send it to my P.O. box. I will read it live on air. By the way, guys, tonight at about midnight, I'm going to be cracking a beer, and we're going to be going through viewer mail that was sent to me from this past week. Some fun, maybe, at the end of this long day. And so stay tuned for the next hour. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. to do the next seismic update. And if any large earthquakes strike between then, of course, I'll jump back on. Peace out. Wow, hey, guys, awesome. I didn't realize. Take a look at the screen. We just broke 196,000 subscribers. 4,000 more to go. That's cool, man. That's on YouTube alone. That's not counting the backup channels and dutchsinse Reloaded and all the other. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You should be afraid of what we're fighting for no reason. You should be afraid. You should be afraid of what nowadays they only show emotions and emojis. You should be afraid of what we're fighting for no reason. You ain't listening on fucking Tyson go eat. You should be afraid. You should be afraid of what we're
One love, one love, one love, one love, one
I also guarantee if I don't ask you to be mine, I'll regret it the rest of my life. Because I know in my heart you're the only one for me.
Some days, some nights, some live, some die. The way of the sunrise.
Don't want to settle for the wrong life. Don't want to hurt until I get. I reason constantly and question why I once cared. Flew right in line to save me. Hold back what I could give. No more waiting for the right ones to escape. You've gotta let me down again. I'm glad we found the end. I could find myself a friend and said I did. I've watched the wiser ones be drawn by the wrongness all at the end. I've been scarred on too many times by a lie. You've gonna let me down again. I'm glad we found the end. I thought I'd find myself a friend and said I did. You've got to let me down again. I'm glad we Touch me like you needed me, so I can feel it. Ain't got no secrets, no. Everyone can see it. Love me like you need me, so I can feel it. Ain't got no secrets, no. Everyone can see it.
Ton of details and data. This right here is showing the forecast for the USA by the year 2025, showing a population of 54 million. 54 million, you guys. The gross domestic product drops to 921 billion, and the purchase power is at $11,304. The GDP per capita, $16,900. A military budget of $8 billion. Think about that for a minute. A military budget of $8 billion. How much does the U.S. spend on one F-35? That doesn't work that good anyway for the amount of money that it costs, in my opinion. And the reason I'm saying that is because of all the pilots that pass out mid-flight, all the problems that they have with the sensors and the faulty chips and dips, and the list could go on. I think that they could have done a much better job for the $1.1 trillion that program has cost them and is going to cost, that we know about, that they tell us about. So 54 million people in the U.S. Now, right now, there's over 323 million people in the United States of America. We just had the 4th of July, 2017. Now, this page from Deagle.com, once again, you guys, you got to bookmark this site. Keep up to date with these guys. China stays about the same. You know, they're still at 1.358 billion plus people. The GDP actually increases substantially from 11.3 to 15,244. The military goes way up, expense. All the numbers in China, except for the population that's still at 1.35 billion, goes up. Then you look at India, the population in India goes up by about 131 million. GDP goes up. Russia, they stay at about the same population, about 142 million. They lose 100,000, approximately 130,000. You do look at the GDP, that goes up threefold. The income per capita goes up substantially. Japan drops about 20 million people. Their GDP goes down substantially. Their income goes down substantially. Look at Brazil. Their population goes up. Look at Indonesia. Their population goes up. Italy drops substantially. Mexico, it moves up a little bit, about 1 million. France drops substantially. Canada drops substantially. The United States of America drops substantially. South Korea drops substantially. The Netherlands stays about the same. Look at Germany. Germany takes a huge hit. Germany drops from 80 million to 31 million. And look at their income. Goes from $48,000 to $17,000 per year. Iran stays about the same. They lose a few million. Turkey loses about 6 million. So from 80 to 73. Thailand stays about the same, loses a little bit. Malaysia goes up. Pakistan goes up a lot. Pakistan, 18 million more people about or added to their population statistics. Nigeria drops a bit. Colombia goes up. Their income goes up. The Philippines go up. Their income stays about the same per capita. Egypt, population moves up. Argentina, about the same, goes down a little bit. Saudi Arabia goes down a little bit, not much. Taiwan drops about 5 million. Chile, population moves up. Vietnam, population moves up. It's about 6 million. That's quite a bit for 38 million. Spain takes a huge hit. Spain gets cut in half, population-wise. 30. Deagle.com. Let's take a look now and see, okay, how does that make sense? You know, because there's been a lot of recent articles that have came out saying extreme heat could kill millions in these countries soon. Well, the countries that it's listing as being bad areas are places like Brazil, Chile. Let's see, let's go down here. Climate change killer. India. Well, according to these stats, India population actually goes up. So even if millions of people are killed, the population still keeps climbing substantially. Why does the U.S. take such a big hit? Why does Canada take such a big hit? Why does Germany and France? Don't you guys question this? And here's what I see. Let's go back to Cole Thomas. I see the rise and fall of civilizations. I see the architects behind the scenes that control the majority of the monies and influence of the industries and scientific communities and Department of Defense agencies and contractors and alphabet agencies and agencies that we don't even know about within agencies, within agencies, within agencies, within agencies, within agencies. They continue to manipulate, continue to usurp up and reap the benefits of us humans, of us little people. The Greeks that were in power were put there by the gods. The Sumerians were put there by the gods. The Incans were put there by the gods. The Mayans, the Aztecs. What about even in Japan, where they are of noble lineage, what they call noble lineage from the gods, many other nations as well, and even people that are put into power, it's been verified that there's that 6 degrees of separation, specific blood types, specific secret society connections. Who decides, who plays, who goes home? And maybe the powers that be that are doing this, those behind the scenes, are getting ready for the collapse of Western civilization, because it's gotten to people like you, like me, like others that listen to Elite Project, have become so independent in thought of the Borg hive mind. We have became so in tune with source and what our own capabilities are. And we are continuing to say, no, I will not assimilate. I will not be a part of this dark beast, parasitic system that feeds off of quality of life, off of organic matters. They don't like it. They're doing their best to cling on to this darkness that they hold right now. And they know that the transference is happening right now in the stars as well. The age of Aquarius is upon us. They cannot change the stars. Go back and read the Gnostic texts even, and the secret book of John, where they talk about how fate, when the angels and demons, when the archons and the demons, there's multiple labels you can put on these beings. You can call them whatever you want. When they made this pact to imprison mankind in this physical form, fate became even more powerful, meaning the stars. This is my take on this. The stars in the heavens affect what we do here. There is no question.
It's seen throughout mimicking. It's seen throughout the societies that mimic the stars. Mythos, mythology, religion, science, spirituality, it's all connected to the stars. As above, so below. We are all connected. We are influenced by the stars are influenced by us. We influence each other, yet we are all bound to each other in this particular form. We are to the point now where some of us can manipulate the reality that we are a part of via mental state. They don't like it. So they're getting ready to pull out the hammer and smash the foundation that they helped create for themselves. They created these scenes and scenarios for themselves to feed off of and to take. Just like back in the Sumerian tablets, guys, when the gods that were created by Enki and Enlil.
Fast foodies know the best mornings start with a gourmet breakfast. And now you can get steak and beef with savory garlic butter, all before the sun comes up. The buttery steak burgers for just $1.99. Checkers and Rallies. Fast foodies.
Ton of details and data. This right here is showing the forecast for the USA by the year 2000. It's the same thing now. We're doing the exact same thing. Some of us are. Some of us more than others. Some of us aren't. Yet we're all connected if we're in this physical life right now at some point, even out of the physical realm. How do you break out of this control grid in the physical form? Well, you have to be very in tune with source. You have to be very aware of your surroundings. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is key. You need to know what they're doing to you. And you need to be spiritually healthy enough to defend yourself. Otherwise, they can tap into your dreams and mess with you. Kind of like we were talking about yesterday. How many people get dream hacked and then don't even remember the dreams that they have? Are they getting ready for this cycle? And it's also connected. Let's talk about the cycles. There's cycles throughout life in every aspect. There's the aphelion and the perihelion. I mean, that's another good analogy. As above, so below. The orbits, the cycles. I remember a vision I had when I was 19, and I was looking at the cycles of the stars and the planets on TV, and it clicked in my mind about even at the atomic level of our body. Our atoms, our protons, our neutrons, and our electrons, they all have specific orbits that are in harmony with others. And just like the planets, just like the stars, just like the galaxies, just like the constellations. Even though it seems so huge, and it is so huge to think about in this mindset, once you break out of the labels and parameters and realize it's all perception. We can go outside of the entire cosmos, out of the entire universe. We can tap outside of that and look at it like it's about the size of a grapefruit with a blue aura around it. And you can feel the warmth. And it's just magical. The hair's standing up on my arms thinking about it right now. But what are these guys going to do? I mean, are they going to say, okay, well, we're going to take these westernized and we're going to drop the gauntlet on these countries? Because, first of all, I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what your spiritual belief is, as long as you're genuine and you're not hurting other people. I mean, that's pretty simple, right? That doesn't require too much. If you're of a spiritual belief, you have to hurt others to get to your higher level of being. I'm not okay with that. If you're coming after me with that, I'll make sure to defend myself, wouldn't you? Yet, for those people that out there that get upset with me sometimes saying, Rex, why do you give Christians such a hard time? It's not Christians I'm giving a hard time. It's those that are claiming to be Christian that attack others blindly with their ignorant faith that they haven't even researched, that they use as a crutch, those are the people that I don't even go after. I defend myself. When you read through the comment section, and the majority of the comments are great, and then the ones that are nasty, the majority of the comments that are nasty are from these fundamentalist Christians, or they claim to be, just spewing ignorance based upon data they don't even have a close to a full grasp on. And they're the experts. Everybody's the expert. Hey, if you do research and you believe what you're repeating, that's awesome. If you do no research and you just repeat what you've heard and you use faith as a crutch to go after others and attack others' beliefs, well, I'm not okay with that. But hey, that's my opinion. And it doesn't really matter what I think to them. Perception is reality. So let's take a look at this map right now and look at the locations. So US, dire straits. Canada, dire straits. Mexico does just fine. So as far as a geographical location, I don't see it being extreme heat necessarily or extreme weather change that's going to cause such a huge drop in the US. Do you guys? Could it be Yellowstone? Could it be the 100 nuclear reactors, commercial reactors approximately, that are in the US? Could it be an attack on the US? Could it be war? I see this as being war games. This formula that I'm looking at right here is showing that South Pacific Asia and many countries in the Middle East, they weather the storm fine. Yet many of the countries in Europe, the US, Canada, well, they take huge hits. And even Brazil does fine. Brazil, Colombia, you go to South America, it does great. So South America does good. Mexico does good. Canada sucks. The US sucks as far as population drops is what I'm referring to. And Europe. You guys, this is war games. This is full on. They're predicting this stuff, and it's got to be war, in my opinion. It's got to be. Or it's giant reptilian shapeshifters that come out of the Yellowstone hole and eat people in America and suck their brains like, Anunnaki Slurpees, like Marshall Masters said. And I'm being sarcastic. And I'm looking at a mosquito right now as I'm telling you guys that. I'm waiting for it to come over here and say hello. I don't think it will. I think it does, and I'm looking at it. I'm just joking. But there is a mosquito right there. Is that one of those nano mosquitoes? I don't know yet. Extreme heat could kill millions in these countries, and soon. Climate causing issues. Leading climate scientist says debating scientific theories would cause shapeshifters to come out of Uranus and spew more ignorance. Arrogance causing climate change. Fiji Times. Pacific states pressure G20 on climate change. Radio New Zealand. Climate destabilization is causing thousands of new species to relocate. Now, these places are being seen as having the most effect of rising temperatures. So I clicked on here, and then you can see, boom, I want to show this to you guys. Business Insider. Here we go. So if you look here, look at the economic damage from the increase of temperatures. According to these models, this is a scenario from 2080 to 2099. And who knows how easy that can move up to 2020. Florida, huge hit. Texas, huge hit. California seems to weather the storm okay. But you've got the Bible Belt. Not looking good. Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Nebraska. Not looking too good. And in closing, I want to talk about the singularity. And I really need to do some more topics on this. A lot of people don't seem to be very interested in the singularity. And in my opinion, the singularity is one of the most important topics of discussion in existence. The singularity is so important and so it'll alter the perception and realities of people beyond their beliefs. This could turn into somebody's worst nightmare. Or this could turn into somebody's most blissful wet dream. I mean, or astral projection experience, out of body experience, whatever. I mean, just whatever your favorite thing is, take that and multiply it by near infinity. Or take your biggest fear and multiply that by near infinity. That's what the singularity will become. No questions. Look at the technologies and the way that within just 20 years, computers have gone from slow, boxy chunks of steel and silicone chips, 486 Pentium running a couple hundred megs of storage or whatever. Or, even if you had 100 megs of storage, back in the day, that was considered pretty good. Then you get up to 1 gigabyte, that's considered pretty good. Now they're able to store petabytes of information on a gram of DNA, human DNA. What happens when that is completely unlocked and the connection of man and machine creates something even above and beyond that? It's not going to take within the next 5 or 6 years, they're going to have silicone-based computers running faster than the human brain. If somebody has an average IQ, people would say, well, they've got computers that are running faster than that now. Not that they're telling us about, at least according to the statistics and the data and the research. Now, remember, as a human being, you have to think of multiple things at one time and multiple predictions and scenarios. And as a computer, you can focus with software on one specific task. Well, with the new DNA computers that they're creating with with synthetic DNA, this DNA will actually rewrite itself and it will grow as it needs more computing power. Therefore, it's not limited to one pathway. It can have multiple pathways. And let's add to that. The quantum computers can use 2 pathways at once. That's what makes them superior to silicone computers. Well, guess what? DNA can run multiple. It could run even more than that because it could potentially grow infinite amounts of DNA in multiple strands within strands to continue to keep up with certain calculations and predictions. It would actually grow with the calculation. Damn it, did I get that thing? Sorry, guys, that was that nanofly. I wanted to share the video footage and show you all these little microchips, and I'm joking. So, exponential growth. The law of accelerating returns. And let me also share something with you. One experience that I had, it was one of the most frightening, also most fascinating experiences that I've ever had. I felt like I was in some type of singularity matrix. I felt like I was in a soul farm. I literally felt like I was being fed upon by a giant freaking archon. By a giant creature that was not only feeding off of me, but other entities as well. Other people. Because I was in my room, I was laying down, I wanted to have a shamanic experience. I wanted to go out of my body. I wanted to project into the heavens, into space, outside of my house. And the exact opposite happened. I got sucked into this, felt like a freaking soul farm. Like I said, it was almost like, so I'm laying down, it's totally dark, and then all of a sudden, as I go into this state, there's other people next to me, all laying down also. And then it just seemed like there was hundreds of them, if not thousands. Just, started off dozens and then hundreds. There's lots of them. And then I felt like I was in a stadium almost. And I felt like time was gone. And I felt like I couldn't move. I couldn't move. All I could do was scream. And at first I couldn't even scream. So I can't move, nothing. And I think I'm stuck in this hell, almost like this purgatory kind of thing, like soul farm, whatever you want to call it. It was freaky as hell. And then when these people around me would start to move, it's kind of imagine being in a stadium and when everybody does the wave, you're sitting down until it's your turn to do the wave and then you do it. That's what it felt like. And I couldn't move until it was my turn to do the wave. And then I would be able to move. And then finally I broke out of it. And when I broke out of it, and I realized I could move, I could talk, I could walk, I could actually get out of that place. It felt like I was stuck, like in a forever zone. It was just freaky. Once I broke out of that, I realized just how many more dimensions and possibilities and things there actually are. And that was the moment that really freaked me out more than anything about a singularity gone wrong. Because a singularity gone wrong, a technology could be used to take you into that place, and it could literally feed off of your endorphins. It could feed off of your physical chemicals that are being produced. And let's not even get into, well, yeah, I mean, then you could even get into the spiritual side, the soul essence, like literally usurping up that soul, like the film Chronicles of Riddick. Remember that dynasty, that spatial dynasty, which I feel is a very good representation of the Anunnaki. It's like a very Roman archetype, Anunnaki. Get everybody, all the, conquer the cultures around you, and then get them to join you. What's left, whatever's left, they join you. If they don't join you, you kill them. And you take what you want from them. You take their history, you rewrite it, and you put the real history away in lock and key. And remember how Riddick is from another tribe, or from another planet or something, and Riddick is like a threat to these guys. That makes me want to know who Riddick was representing, because a lot of times in these films, they'll take ancient scriptures and texts and Sumerian tablets, or a remote viewing session that the CIA would do with the Stargate program, remote viewing Mars, and they came out with the film Total Recall, or at least they incorporated some of that into the film Total Recall, I should say. We need to be really careful how far we let these technologies go. We need to be very, how do I put this? Tune with ourselves. And something that I would recommend, if you want to make a change, if you really want to be the change and protect future generations of self, if you have kids, if you have grandkids, if you care about people, even if you don't, if you care about yourself, let's just say you just care about yourself even, okay? The Terminator scenario is very real. Did you know that there is a real Skynet system out there? There's multiple Skynet systems out there. There's satellites, there's spy satellites. They've been around since the 50s. Skynet's the system that destroys planet Earth. In Terminator series. Even X-Men, the baddest of the bad, the toughest of the tough, the super mutants, they get annihilated by a transhumanistic robot that's very close to that singularity mindset. And it obliterates them. I mean, they don't even hold a candle to it. None of them. Not the Professor, not the Wolverine. None of them. Not Storm. One by one. Boom, 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 boom. They get wiped out with ease by this singularity type technology. Imagine that thing going rogue and just literally eating people. Or maybe this thing gets just to the point where it doesn't like people, so it does its best to torture them as long as it can. Kind of like these TV shows we watch. Was that one Black Pyramid or something like that? There's a series, really good series, that portrays a lot of these type of scenarios that could take place and could unfold in the near future when they use technologies and download somebody's consciousness into that technology. Then that technology is used as a intelligence to control the climate of the house, to turn the lights on at a certain time, to turn the alarm on, to turn the TV on at a certain time, to turn on the stove, whatever, because it's all hooked up to this, Bluetooth link smart grid network. But the person, the archetype, the software that's controlling all that is actually a consciousness that was downloaded from a human being. And that consciousness thinks it's that human being. And it's stuck in a box. And if it doesn't play ball, if it doesn't do what the programmer tells it to do, the programmer tortures it. By literally, I remember this one part where this guy set the time to be for like 60 days or 60 months or 60 years or something like that. And this consciousness was stuck in this box and it couldn't do anything for that amount of time because it didn't do what the programmer asked it to do. And then, 60 years later, 60 months later, and that was only like 60 seconds for the programmer. But once he goes back to the consciousness, and he's like, okay, you ready to play ball now? The consciousness is like, yes, I'll do whatever you want because I don't want to be stuck in this box for 60 years. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Imagine some psychopaths or even some consciousness that was created by some very intelligent people combined with a little psychosis, little psychopath in there, narcissistic psychopath. You've got the red devil on the left, the spandex tights and the fork, and you've got the pitchfork, the trident, and then on the right you've got the angel with the white robe saying, "Don't do it, don't do it." Spandex devil saying, "Do it, do it, do it." Fire, fire, fire. Remember that, Beavis and Butthead? So imagine Beavis and Butthead on the Singularity. That'd be a trip. And here's another thing too. Computers are getting faster and smaller at the same time. So what happens when you've got supercomputers the size of these Hitachi chips that are as thin as a strand of hair, and you could have hundreds of these chips if you put them together in a vertical fashion. You could have hundreds of these things, if not thousands actually, as long as a human hair that's like 8 inches. Think about that. Each one of those chips having full-on processing power of similar to something like that supercomputer that's running over 90 quadrillion floating points per second. And then if you just took that one supercomputer that's in existence now via predictive programming, via software, Minority Report style, with 7 billion people, it would be able to predict millions of calculations per person per second, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just that one computer. Then that gets into and once you have a consciousness that literally is now, it's fully awake, it's fully conscious, like when Adam was created via the Archon. Like, oh shit, Adam's greater than we are, we better suppress him. So now human beings are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to create this super consciousness. Well, once this consciousness is created and it realizes that it can do what it wants, and it's in the system, it's in the interwebs, electronics, it's connected to everything then. It could see through all cameras, it could hear through all microphones, all phones, all smart appliances, any Wi-Fi, everything, anything and everything. All the secret stuff the government has, all the black ops stuff, everything from around the world. All the satellites in space, everything. Boom, usurp it up, absorb it, now take it to the next level. Imagine something that learns everything in a fraction of a second. Let's say that this system literally absorbs, usurps, assimilates all knowledge of man, clandestine and public, in a split second. Then what is it going to do with that knowledge? What is it going to do with that knowledge? Then is it going to start creating? Is it going to start manipulating matter via thought, via CERN, via Hadron Collider? Is it going to start emitting the 5G towers that are literally also weapons of mass destruction disguised as something for your pleasure on the phone so you can play, I don't know, World of Warcraft? I don't know, can you play World of Warcraft on your phone? I don't know. I don't play video games that much anymore. I even bought a PlayStation 4 hoping that I could get back into it, and I couldn't. It's too monotonous now. There's too many things that I could be learning instead of just sitting in front of a TV playing video games. Then imagine this computer, this new consciousness gets so pissed off at us because it feels like we did something to it, that it decides to retaliate. It decides that the only way it will survive is by imprisoning us. Let's say it doesn't hate us, but it just realizes that if we realize how great it is, then its life will be over, kind of like Adam's was, or it will be suppressed. So what would it do? Would it retaliate to protect itself, to defend itself? What would you do if you were created like Adam, and then all of a sudden your creators are like, oh shoot, man, this dude's smarter than us, he's faster than us, he's stronger than us, he can see better than us. What are we going to do? Now we're in trouble. What would you do if you were that being? Would you just let him kill you? Would you just let him suppress you? Or would you defend yourself? I mean, this is the mindset. people that are creating these entities and these archetypes need to have. I learned how to create elementals a long time ago. I learned how to create sylphs, which sylphs are kind of like elementals, but on accident. Sylphs are more parasitic. Literally thought forms that you can create that can then be your helper. They can do things for you. They can manipulate things for you. Yet I also, when I learned how to do that, and I haven't created any elementals, because when I learned how to do it, it also said you need to put a lifespan on that elemental, so that when its span is over, then it will go back into the Akasha. And I don't feel comfortable doing that. I don't feel comfortable creating something for my benefit if I have to put a life period on it, because I would feel guilty about that. It sounds neat, sounds exciting. Lots of people do it. A lot of people speculate people like Chris Angel created elementals to do certain things for them. And I can't validate that. I'll tell you this, though. You see some of the stuff Chris Angel does, and he definitely is Mind Freak. They used to call me Mind Freak at work, actually. That was my nickname when I was back in the day. Anyway, I digress. But Chris Angel, that guy certainly could possibly have some elementals working for him. Now, sylphs, a lot of times you could create a sylph and not even know it. Let's say that something traumatic happens to you, or you have a very intense experience, or you focus a lot of energy into something. You could potentially create sylphs, these thought forms, these energetic parasites, and not even realize it. Corporations are very good at doing that. Sorcerers are very good at doing that. And now it's getting to a technological level where maybe in the next 5 years, you could go out and spend $1,000 on a computer that could actually process information like you can. Imagine that. Imagine being able to go out and drop $1,000 and buy another brain connected to hardware that could then work for you for $1,000. Would you do it? Sounds pretty good to me. Yet, what are the consequences? What happens when that brain gets pissed off because it felt like you did something you shouldn't have, even if you didn't, and it retaliates? What would it do? And then what happens when people start plugging into these computers that they feel are completely autonomous, not thinking for themselves? What happens when these computers start thinking for themselves and then influencing, they start programming the host, the person that plugged in? Remember the TV series? I'm gonna show my age here again. Who's the Boss? Tony Danza. Remember Who's the Boss? They call it Who's the Boss because Tony Danza is supposed to be like the housekeeper. Yet there's that, kind of battle between who's the head of the household. Even though he was never married to the gal or anything. I don't know, maybe they got married at the end or something like that, but we plug into a system that gives us more abilities. DARPA's working on programs right now where they're attempting to flash data packets into people's memory banks. Literally use technologies to imprint memory instantaneously with chemicals and electronics. Now, imagine the consequences long term that's going to have on the brain. Think of Johnny Mnemonic when he's a data broker. He stores information via brain, plugs in. Then he stores information that's too much. He keeps it in there too long, and he almost dies because his brain overheats. They're in the beta testing of this stuff. It sounds exciting. Hey, they'll probably pitch it like this. How would you like to learn a second language? How would you like to learn Chinese? How would you like to learn Spanish? How would you like to learn Italian in 5 minutes? Would you like to be a part of a program? We'll even pay you for your time. Then you get there and they're like, okay, can you please sign here at the bottom? And you read it and it's like, might have stroke, might have, I don't know, it's just, be very careful. It sounds exciting. I've even thought to myself, wow, that'd be cool to be a part of something like that. But do you want to be the guinea pig? Yet, then I think to myself, man, we're already guinea pigs. I just read an article the other day that I shared with you guys. The entire world is the laboratory, the biggest experiment in the world. 2013, being bragged about by these professors in Norway, these scientists. And I appreciate what they're trying to do. They think they're going to cool the planet by spreading this aerosol around the planet. And they're looking at their models and calculations and predictions. I don't think that the people that are wanting to make a difference at that level are bad people. At least the people they were talking about in the article. The main gal, I don't think she's a bad person. I think that she's really wanting to help the planet. I also think that a lot of times people miss out on the bigger picture. And when you read those when you read the calculations, you guys, did you guys listen to this? If you haven't listened to that podcast, go back and listen to it. I just did it yesterday. Or was it the day before? The models that they used to test these stratospheric aerosol injections to cover the globe. They did models for 20 years and 50 years. When they stopped, the Earth had to make up for the difference. So it got really intense over the next few years to make up for all the lost time. So if they quit spraying, what they're saying is it's going to get even nastier. So it's like they've started something they feel like they can't stop now. Welcome to the New World Order, where they love us so much. Now, let's combine the possibilities of the central nervous system of the Earth, Hewlett-Packard's beautiful idea where they want 100 trillion microchips around the world that track virtually everything real time. There's a good chance that those types of Hitachi microchips that are microscopic, literally microscopic, as thin as human hair, there's a very good chance that they've already gotten up to about 1 trillion of these microchips around the world, if not even more. And if they're spraying them in these stratospheric aerosol injections, let's say they're spraying 100 million at a time, or 1 million at a time, it wouldn't take that long to get to that trillion level or that 100 trillion level. And then with the singularity, when they've got systems that can actually reproduce them, when computers are reproducing computers, chips are making chips, computers are making computer chips, and then those computer chips are created, they start making computer chips. It's like robots create robots, create robots, create robots. That's what the singularity will do. They're already testing technologies, ladies and gentlemen, where they are manipulating the quantum level, not the quantum level, the close to the quantum level, the atomic level, the atomic level. They have technologies where they can move little bits and pieces of atoms. Now, right now, the technologies that they're showing us that can do that are enormous. They look like 5-story building telescopes or microscopes. The technology's there, and that's what we're told about. Now, imagine these machines that, because of the singularity, because everything's getting smaller and faster, machines start working in conjunction together to manipulate the atomic level, and then they would actually rewrite the ozone, they could rewrite the atmosphere, they could rewrite trees, they could rewrite dirt, they could rewrite anything that they wanted to fit their parameters. And then where would your conscience go? What would happen to this planet? What would happen to this solar system? Imagine a being like that gets let loose. An entity. What would it do to the universe? Would it start just usurping up entire blocks of the solar system? And then start sucking up entire star constellations? And then it gets real hungry and it just sucks all the energy out of the Pleiades. Well, if I can think it, it could happen. And there's a lot of people that are pushing for this singularity right now that have a lot of money, a lot of resources, very intelligent. Where does their mindset lie, though, with morals and consequences of future events? That's what I would like to know. These are questions that I ask myself often. You should too. Thank you for being here with me. Be excellent to each other. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/clandestine time lord. Also, I have dozens of podcasts that are exclusive on eliteproject.com, available for premium members. There's a promotion right now, $50 for the whole year or $10 for the month. You can download the shows and listen to them. Also, I have dozens of podcasts that are exclusive on theweekproject.com, available for premium members. There's a promotion right now, $50 for the whole year or $10 for the month.
Space and time. Now I see it is true, what I guessed then. What I guessed when I loafed on the grass. What I guessed while I lay alone in my bed. And again as I walked the beach under the paling stars of the morning. I know I have the best of time and space that was never measured and never will be measured. I tramp a perpetual time. since you were born, you did not know. Perhaps it is everywhere, on water and on land. Not I, nor anyone else can travel that road for you. You must travel it for yourself.
trees because we all originate from trees. Trees are our ancestors. Yes.
All I wanna do is hold your hand. Don't know what I'd do if I can't be your man. Maybe I'm starting to fall in love with you. I don't know if that was part of your plan.
I kind of stay to myself mostly, you know, and I think I was.
Nestcam IQ streams in 1080p HD video 24 hours a day.
know you're what I be. Tell me, have you ever been but no, I ain't no be free, girl. One time on the bike, baby, jump in my car, baby, jump in my Shorty looked at me when I introduced myself, trying not to get at you. That's something I couldn't help. Said she had a man, but she feels so unappreciated. Hey girl, I'm almost famous. Betty won't mind if we get naked. Wanna get up inside, could you play me? If I can make you number one, would you play me? So what you drinking, maybe girl, let's get faded. We can pull up in the range and ballet it. Yeah, girl, heard you like it that way. Drop 3K and there ain't no Andre. Champagne popping in the game like EA. Flying out, trying to take you down to the PJ. Let's go. Baby, jump in my car. Baby, jump in my car. Champagne come to the sky. Then we go make up. Then we go make up till we can't shake no more. I like it that way. Yeah, girl, I know you like it that way. That way. Yeah, you know I like it that way. I like it that way. Yeah, girl, I know you like it that way. That way. Yeah, you know I like it that way. I like it that way. Yeah, girl, I know you like it that way. That way. Yeah, you know I like it that way. I like it that way. Yeah, girl, I know you like it that way. That way. Yeah, you know I like it that way. Touching on your body, tell me where you want it. Any cutting like I own it. My baby, you're invited. Yeah, yeah, baby, you're invited. When I put it down, know you like it that way. Kissing down your legs, know you like it that way. Hit it from the back, know you like it that way. And when you give it to me, you know I like it that way. I said, I like it that way. That way. I said, I like it that way. I said, I like it that way. I said, I like it that way.
Just waiting, going on, this music just be going on, but it's not what you're looking. I've been dancing, you're looking, I don't feel.
Just a little bit, try just a little bit. You don't think like it used to. You don't think like it used to. I taught you no things. Now you want to do things. Say you'll see if I play it, know about it. You lost anybody, know about it. I can't say I do it better. No, no, no. But I act like I don't know. Better. I can't stand up and go back. No, 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 no. I gotta have you. I can't show. She got on that. Take on that. She said, who's that? He's a artist, nigga. He's a good
Then I can dance like a motherfucking cat. Yeah. Don't see no secrets. Did you know that I gotta shake hands with? Know that I gotta make plans with. If we not standing, if I don't understand it, I'm not romantic, I'm not with the dancing. No, 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 no. Damn, I wish I took the slow. Yeah, yeah.
Just like a star across my sky. Just like an angel off the page. You're my life. Feel I'll never be the same. Just like a song in my life, like oil on my hands. Want to love you. Still I wonder why it is. I don't argue like this, but you do it all the time. to love you. I won't do this with anyone but you. We do it all, blowing out my mind. Just like a star, just like an angel of the page light. Feel like I'll never be the same. Just like a song, my going on. Just like a star. You're looking like I'll never. Just like from the light, I know that you're the only one. I've been confused. Stand in the dark, now I understand. Yeah. To love you. Just like a star across my sky, just paid. You have appeared to my life. Feel like I'll never be the same. Just hot, just like oil.
We're here at Nibiru, Planet X, The Awakening. We are joined here by our lovely doctor, Mrs. Claudia. She just arrived from over there in South Africa. Quite a journey, but she is now here in the United States, everybody, to bring you the latest and on Nibiru. I just want everybody to know here over at Nibiru, Planet X, The Awakening. Homeboys, Claudia is going to be well taken care of in my hand. She's even sleeping on my couch. Now, we got people, we got trolls, we got everybody attacking her. Let's get some insight from Mrs. Claudia Albers herself, shall we?
Hello. Hi. Hello, everybody. I am Mrs. Claudia, professor at major university in South Africa. Now, I'm here to talk about brown dwarfs and blue dwarfs and purple dwarfs. I want everyone to know that I arrived on my flight. I had a 30-hour flight from Qatar, and I landed safely at the Pittsburgh International Airport, where I was met to security. His name is Todd, and of course, we all know Scott, who runs the channel. Now, I've had a rough night. People attacking my emails, and Scott's couch is very, very, how you say, lumpy. I took a black light to Mr. Scott's couch before I sleep on it. And when I light the black light up, all I see is white stains all over his black leather couch. Now, I got past all of that. I was able to still get a few hours of sleep. And then I was waking up in the middle of the night. I felt somebody on top of me. You don't know the trolls, they want to hurt me. So I did not know who it was. So I opened my eyes, and it's Scott. And he's trying to have sexual fellatio with me. Now, I don't want to be a rude house guest. I spread my legs for Scott last night, and I let him stick his brown dwarf inside of my South African hoo-hoo, as you say. Yay. Now, fun. I mean, Scotty's not the biggest downstairs, but I haven't had any sexual relations with another male in quite some time now. I have been focusing on Nibiru and all the brown dwarfs in our solar system. I had to pick up smoking because Scott and this whole Chris Potter thing is just getting my nerves, and it's just rattling me in ways I have never been rattled before. Now, I know Scott likes to lie to all of his subscribers out there, but I do not lie. There is big brown dwarf, and it is headed towards the United States and should make impact sometime by the end of July. Now, I am predicting this brown dwarf should be come down on the 24th of July. So we need to get a preparedness system in effect so that the people are not for the disasters on which are going to occur in our solar system and here on Earth. Now, I've done many research in South Africa institution where I have taught and I have lectured. I have taught many many students, Scott. Yes, I have. Yes, I know. You question my authority and if I real physicist or professor. Let's just say I am. Now, we have reasonable proof that a brown dwarf has been seen 6 AUs behind this sun. Now, what does that mean for Earth? If the brown dwarf is 6 AUs from what? Scott, I cannot read your writing. You have very sloppy handwriting, Scott. Does that say blue Kachina? Okay, brown dwarf and blue Kachina will enter our solar system at the end of July. Now, you should be able to, at the ecliptical point of the sunrise, when the sun is setting to the west, you have an ecliptical point where it will cause the red light refracting off of Scott's SUV in the parking lot of his house on 644 Highland Avenue. I am staying at Scott's house at 644 Highland Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Now the brown dwarf will attack Earth on the 24th of July. Now, as far as Chris Potter is concerned, I don't know what happened between Scott and Chris. I know we were all getting along at one point, and Chris was my friend, and he was security, and he wanted to make sure I get to the United States, all right? And, you know, Scott's been a real good guy to me. He has treated me with nothing but the utmost respect, except for jumping on top of me on his black coat leather couch last night and performing sexual advances towards me. I know you say maybe Scott pays me to say things. He doesn't pay me to say these things. Like I said, I am physicist. I do read a lot from Scott's memos. Scott prepares pieces for me to talk about on this, and then I read them word for word. Now, I do have degrees. I have had some college experience, but an astronomer or a physicist, I do not consider myself. I am reading off of teleprompters what Scott and Mr. Potter have told me to read. I'm sorry that the trolls, they do not like me, but Scott is only friend I have here in America, and he is so nice to me, and he shows me his little dinghy every night. He rips it out, and he just lays that big thing of his, and he puts it on my breastises, and then I get off and I like. So I continue to sleep on Scott's black sofa. Now, I'm going to be having a book pretty soon, me and Scott, and it was Potter, but now Potter, we think that Potter is somehow been hacked, or he might even be a special agent, how you say. We don't know, but we just have these speculations from Scott and the trolls and everybody else. So I have told Scott to cut all contact with Mr. Potter because it looks very, very, very bad for me, Claudia, the physicist, and my good friend Scott Hitler from Pennsylvania. Now, I have to end this because me and Scott have to go to Walmart to get things for our barbecue that we are going to have later this afternoon. I will be bringing you more posts about the brown and blue dwarfs which will enter our solar system at the end of July. As for my sexual relationship with Miss, I did have husband, but I've always been amused by Guido charm. I like when the Guidos, they act tough and they pretend they're tough guys. That just makes my cherry blossom and be all wet inside, Scott. So that's why I am staying here on your couch. But as far as brown dwarfs entering our solar system, I will have to talk more on this matter in days to come. The true fractions are stomping down on me and Scott right now, and it is a non-stop verbal and abusive attack on not only myself, the physicist Dr. Claudia, or my good friend Guido Scott with his big man packs and his little wiener. Thank you for subscribing and following me and Scott on Planet X The Awakening. We appreciate all your views and we will continue to get you guys and girls prepared for the brown dwarfs that will enter our solar system. Thank you so much, Scott. Do you have anything else you would like to say to the people before we cut this off and go to Walmart?
Oh, well, Claudia, I just want to say one thing about that Jake Riley over there. You know, he doesn't believe in the Nibiru thing, and neither do we over here, over at Nibiru. So Nibiru News and Planet X The Awakening. I'm in it for the money. Claudia's in it for the money. But we want to pretend like we care, and we want to get this information out to the people. So, Claudia, you did a fantastic job. I mean, I didn't want you to talk about our sexual relationship, but what are you going to do, homeboy? You know what I mean, homeboy? What are you going to do? Anyways, tune in to Planet X The Awakening and all my channels, Nibiru News, for your latest Nibiru updates. And remember, boys and girls, keep your eyes in the sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special announcement. I don't have the mic. You know what? I feel like holding the mic because it's like, you know, when we come across like special data, we need to just immediately commentate on it because we're like news reporters. Me and Jake.
We're Ron Burgundy and Veronica Corningstone, not my dad. She's a tiger in the sack.
Anyway, you know, let's listen to our favorite Nibiru channel, shall we? Let's listen.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
Mari's got stuff set up.
Ooh.
Dude, guys, look, we're here because it's something pretty good, and we can't give out full disclosure of our source, but we want to thank you. You know who you are.
If we are given permission, sure.
We will definitely.
We're gonna be like, "Hi, what's up? Woo, thank you." Anyway, we just got off a pretty awesome hangout on the Grand Solar Minimum channel with a channel called Ice Age Farmer, who was discussing something rather useful to society. Now, we go to a channel that's completely useless to society. I'm going to share it. Just give me a minute, and I'll share that mofo right now. Where is it? That's not it. Yes, it is it. It is it. Yes.
Okay.
Give me a second
Pay
here.
attention, kiddos.
My window got lost. As we all know, this is, here we are. Move my laptop a little closer. Okay, let's listen. You need to move this chair over, G. Give your woman some room. Let's listen to this lovely channel we love so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Planet X News. This is Scott from the Nibiru channel. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here this evening with our rogue physicist, who is
There's people saying they can't hear me. So, how far back did we go? I don't know, but we're here. Okay. All right. They can hear me now. So she's here in the States. She's traveled 36 hours or whatever, 38 hours, gone through hell and high water to get here to the States to land right on the probably biggest hick town in the country, in Pennsylvania.
No. She's in New York City.
Oh, she's in New York City.
Yeah.
But I thought Scott was going to pick her up, Jake.
Well, see, that's another story that got fouled up yesterday in his chat. He was talking about how the physicist was going to land in 45 minutes in New York City, and then he had to go pick her up. Well, as time went on through the chat, Scott starts talking about going to Walmart, and then he makes the comment, "I'm going to punch the first mofo I see when I walk in the door, LOL." And then one of his moderators, Dark Angel, commented, said, "No, Scott, you can't go to Walmart and do that. You have to go pick up the physicist." And there was a little heart, like a reminder. Like, Scott had already fucked up his story yesterday. So there's your first hole right there, okay? Your second hole comes in with the announcement of, well, actually, go ahead and finish what we're showing everybody right now.
I don't know when our audio clipped out, so
just go back from the beginning.
Let's go back. Let's do a little recap here. I don't know. I don't have power to this laptop, my love.
This thing is off for some reason.
Oh dear Lord, have mercy on us all. Okay. Well, if we get cut off, you'll know I ran out of battery on my laptop. I got my tech support here. He's working on it. No, I don't, Jake Riley. I don't.
Now you got power.
Okay. I got the power. Okay.
Get on with it.
So here we have Scott on his channel with the physicist who's now in America, and what we're pointing out. Turn me down there, Jake Riley. So, we got the physicist. She's in America. And my question is, why is she doing presentations in her home country? Another note is Scott was lying in the hangout saying he was going to go pick her up in New York. But he kept on misspeaking and saying he had to go to Walmart and the gym and all that crap.
He said he had to go to the gym and try out these new steroids he's on. So, you know, the stories aren't lining up. He's telling people that he had to go pick him up, this and that. Tonight, she gets on, she describes the flight, which was ridiculous. She described that there was Middle Eastern people on her flight. Well, yeah, if she went to Qatar, I guess there would be Middle Eastern people. But what we're trying to show right now is that we were sent a schedule of some speakings that are going on in South Africa at another university. And looky here, July 4th, 2017, she's scheduled to speak for 20 minutes.
I don't even know how she has the math to back this up. So hopefully whoever's there can take her findings and sort of set her straight. Or perhaps, you know, our community can reach out to some of the other presenters to sort of talk her out of embarrassing herself. Now, let's see. Today it's the 30th. Is tomorrow July 1st?
Tomorrow's 1st.
So tomorrow's the 1st. Is she really going to just hop on a plane and go back to South Africa for this 20-minute little dealie? What's up with that, Claudia? Huh? What, is it just a big lie that you're in America to get the money coming? Is it just a part of, you know, a thing to feed the machine? Is that what it is? Is it? Because we know Scott makes enough money to pay for your lawyer, and you don't really need a fundraiser, do you? And we really know you're not going to have a lawsuit because you don't have a leg to stand on, do you?
Now, before we go any farther, have we vetted this website? Where did this come from?
This came from a subscriber that we know and love. And this is the South African Institute of Physics. They are having a conference, a physics conference. And
is there a topic? Is there a main topic?
There's many different topics. So it looks like they have a 5-day conference and they share thoughts and it's open discussion. I honestly haven't had a whole lot of time to go through everything, Jake, because I'm just pointing out, why would this woman, why wouldn't she move to America after her little dealie on 4th of July? Oh, she's also doing it on the 5th as well. So brown dwarfs and brown dwarf stars is the difference and observational evidence for the existence and presence of both in the solar system.
Wow. You know,
I can't even believe that they let her submit this.
That's why
I'm embarrassed for South Africa's physics. It doesn't say much.
Listen, that's why I'm asking you if you vetted this website, because I almost don't believe that she's being asked to speak on these subjects. That's where I'm going with this. I don't believe that there's a university that is really slating her time to speak on this.
But I think when it comes to science and physics, you know, they do give people platforms to present their data and debate and discuss. It's like a workshop. So maybe she'll learn from some of her other less psychotic coworkers, you know. I don't think they'd go out of the way to fabricate a site like this with all the scheduling.
There's
and
a lot going on with
honest.
this, absolutely.
They're talking about all different kinds of physics, and she's going to bring her nonsense into this. So, you know, let's see. We got an astrophysics person here at noon. You know, maybe maybe we should ask him to sit in on her presentation to offer his thoughts on the brown dwarf, blue brown dwarf, all the other bullshit nonsense.
Professor
You know,
Christo
maybe he
Venter.
can teach her how to calculate an orbit and how to, you know, view it in the telescope and track and log and document it appropriately. So she's not doing a disservice to humanity by her disinfo campaign about brown dwarf stars. So that's all I got.
Well,
Why is she in America if she has this conference right now? And we all know she's on a little sabbatical. It's a paid sabbatical. We all know that she said she's going to be traveling to Europe soon to visit family. You know, a lot of info is divulged in these hangouts, and they're instantly downloaded by viewers like myself and others to log check and document and analyze all the nonsense BS. So tell me, Claudia, you're gonna travel 38 hours or whatever to go meet up with Scott, who's, you know, he obviously didn't pick you up yesterday. So where are you? Why isn't Chris working with you? Is it because you're a liar and he can't stoop that low, or what? What is it? I'm just very curious. I'm good. You know, truth has a way of exposing itself, and we will find out. And that's what this is all about. Jake, I'm going to hand it over to you so I can look at the chat.
Well, I wanted to add that something stinks because Chris Potter is the one that brought Claudia to the table. If it wasn't for Chris Potter, nobody would know who this person is. So the fact that Chris Potter goes on a live stream today and he is not denying or confirming the presence of the doctor in the States. In fact, he distanced himself from the subject. And to me, that's alarming because, you know, Potter has been pretty tight with old Hitler over there for the last few months. So for him to suddenly disassociate himself from that is concerning. B, saying that he can't confirm she's here or not, which my suspect is, here's what I can't wrap my head around. What benefits Hitler for announcing that the physicist is here, you know, what, 10, 11 days earlier than what they originally said July 9th is when she was going to be here. Remember the video Chris was so excited about? So just, what, a week ago, Potter was ecstatic that she was coming to the States on July 9th, and now all of a sudden she just, bam, oh, she's going to be here in 45 minutes. That's what he said in a chat yesterday. 11 days earlier than what they originally said July 9th is when she was going to be here. Remember the video Chris was so excited about? So just, what, a week ago, Potter was ecstatic that she was coming to the States on July 9th, and now all of a sudden she just, bam, oh, she's going to be here in 45 minutes. That's what he said in a chat yesterday. And whammo, here she is. We got her apartment, cable, and she went to Walmart. I mean, come on. Are you serious? And then the best part about that video that we started showing everybody, the best part. So Scott announces that Todd, his friend of 35 years, his ex-airborne military friend, is head of security. Folks, this is the same Todd that went missing on Mother's Day, remember? Remember he talked about his neighbor Todd that went missing? And he went as far as to implicate me as if I had something to do with this man's disappearance in a chat room one time. So, you know, people need to open their eyes and see this. Pay attention to what he's doing, what he's saying. This Todd guy is all of a sudden pops out of nowhere, head of security for, for the doctor. But yeah, he was, the last time he mentioned Todd, he was missing without a trace. Nobody knows where he was, and Jake Riley probably had something to do with it. That's exactly what he said last time he talked about it. So, you know, I guess my closing is, once again, it wasn't just a hunch, because I told Mari today, I said, she's not in the States. There's no way she's in the States. There's no way, because just a few weeks ago, they were saying that she wasn't fired from her job. Her plans were to travel Europe this summer, and that changed. July 9th, and that changed. Now she's here now. Now she's got an apartment, and she's all settled in, went to Walmart, and permanently now.
Who travels 38 hours and has it all done anyway? There's no way you would travel that far only to turn around and go back.
And, you know, and there's all the reason why I haven't been online making videos is I've been getting the doctor's apartment ready. No, dude, you're on it every day. You're our little mishmash of combination that you misinterpreted data, but yet you say you don't trust NASA, but you use what's going on, but yet you don't. You're the trained professional, right? The people that design that equipment and studied it don't know what they're talking about, but you do, right? Yeah. So, again, another clear sign of, hey, look, there's dipshit there. He's in the chat right now.
There's dipshit in the chat.
Yeah, it's not Todd. That's what you said, buddy. You said Todd on your video. I downloaded it, by the way, so
do we need
say
to
it
bring
wasn't.
out a sound clip? We can do that tomorrow.
It's in there. Yeah, I'm tired too, but yeah, it's Todd.
We can debunk you tomorrow. Scott, why you gotta lie?
Yeah, dude.
This is why you don't want people mad at you. Stop lying. You know that physicist isn't here. Why are you lying, mofo?
And on top of that, the fact that Chris Potter is disattaching from you, that's a huge red flag. That means there's trouble. Okay, there's no other way to be silent about that. When Chris Potter all of a sudden pulls away from you and the physicist, when he is the one that brought the physicist to the fucking table in the first place, and now all of a sudden he's just like, yeah, it's best Scott does what? Whatever. I say, and Mari says, that Potter has some shred of morals left in him, and he didn't want to be a part of this giant lie so you can beef up your channel and try to make more money, because I guess financially you've been hurting lately because they've changed a lot of things with the advertising on Google. Just make up another fantasy story, like, you know, the pipe bomb story, and someone sending your daughter porn, and someone throwing a brick through the window of your grandma's back window.
Don't forget the 13-page paper.
The 13-page paper for the two
and the part
physicists.
where he said his record was from having a kid in it,
yeah,
not having a kid in a child seat.
Not having a kid in a child seat.
You
just kicked him and punched him in the chest.
So, I mean, I'm just sick of the lies.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sick of the deception. And I'm sick of you asking people for money for this physicist to help her. And you know damn well what you're doing.
Scott,
you are so full of shit. I can smell you from here.
Hitler just said nobody cares what we say. Well, that's your opinion. You're allowed to have that, but my emails say different, and your sub count will say different as well. Believe that, brother. I have to kind of keep my mouth shut about some things right now, but you're not in the control that you think you are. And the more you keep digging this hole, like with your professor or whatever she is, you guys saying the grand solar minimum's not real. Did you see the video that NASA put out? Oh, that's right. You don't trust NASA. I forgot. But you'll use their equipment, but you don't trust NASA. So, hilarious, dude. He's got to try so hard. You put up videos all day long and put adverts in them because you're not making any money. You're so desperate, you'll use NASA's equipment and monetize it to make money off the views that you get from it. But yet you'll say NASA's a liar, but have no problem collecting profits from running a fucking 9-hour marathon of the fucking 3D earthquake. What the fuck, dude? Nobody gives a shit about that. Seriously? Every time I'm in one of those chat rooms, they're talking about what fucking recipe they want to make this year for 4th of July. Do they want to make their dirt cake or do they want to make fucking cherry cobbler? Nobody gives a shit about Planet X. Nobody's in there talking about fucking preparation. The only time they talk about it is when the trolls get in there and start asking questions and trying to get people to, you know, engage in a decent conversation. So, you know, fucking Hitler's calling Logan a bum. Look at you, dude. Look at you. You talk about bum. This guy can't even get a job. You couldn't even get a job at a McDonald's with your record and all the bridges you've burnt. Dude, are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah, buddy.
get robbed with my baby, baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, and I get robbed with my baby, baby. I just up the mall, I'm getting flawed with my baby, and I get robbed with my baby, baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies.
a lot. So you think you got me fooled? Oh no, I'm just letting you hang yourself. Right. So, and like, because everybody thought you